Hi, Diana. Can you hear me?
Hi, Steve. Yeah.
Okay, great. I'm going to put the screen back up. I'll be back with you in just a minute.
Okay.
Here's the agenda and our objectives. You
I saw those.
should be able to see that.
hmm
And we've got two other people in class, so we're waiting for that.
Oh, sorry if my clock was loud.
Was that a clock?
Yeah, we have an old grandfather clock.
Oh, cool. It must be 5 o'clock.
That it is.
So did you have, since you're the first one, do you have any questions or uh,
I've
you want to
been
make
kind of
sure you get out of this class or anything?
I've been kind of messing around in it myself, and the hardest thing I can't figure out is the best way to organize it because I know once I get it set up, it's kind of set up once you start putting all your photos in there. So I've
Yeah.
always done it in the past by year and then by month, but I don't know if that's the best way.
Um, well, I like that way.
Okay.
Um,
I guess
there- there's
if you
several
tag
ways
everything,
there's several ways to go about it. Um, because it's got all of those ways built in.
okay.
So, and I'm going to show them and then you can decide but there's nothing wrong with having a dated sort of general organization and then
Okay.
using the other tools when you want to pull out your best pictures or pull out the pictures of the, puppies or, whatever it is.
Yeah.
So
And then
you'll,
my other question was, I know Photoshop really well, and everybody keeps saying, no, you got to use Lightroom, it's so much faster. So when do you switch over to Photoshop? Is it just for more technical things?
yeah, um, I go to Photoshop maybe, these days, maybe 5 or 10% of
Wow.
the
Okay.
images that I really like and I'm working on.
Okay.
And a lot of times I don't need it at all. Um, the if I'm combining two images together, that's that's the biggest one where photographers need to go to Photoshop.
Okay.
Um, or uh, if you know how to use all those selection capabilities in Photoshop, which are, like a zillion,
Yeah, I
um,
don't think I do.
you can get a better selection in Photoshop than you can Lightroom. Though Lightroom is catching up to that. If it works for photographers, they're putting it in Lightroom,
hmm
and they have been for ever since it started. Gosh, that was like 2012 or 11 or
Oh,
something.
wow. Okay.
It just keeps getting more and more, but keeping the same interface. And so there's nothing wrong with using Photoshop if you're comfortable jumping in there. The editing part, is almost identical.
hmm
Um,
I think I get too sucked in a rabbit hole and I start going too far and I don't need to. I could just keep it easier.
yeah, well, yeah, and that's another whole discussion. I don't know who I was listening to on this, maybe one of the podcasts or something. Uh, and I keep an eye on a couple of the uh, Adobe gurus
hmm
websites, and they were saying like one guy was kind of talking about. Let me let it's like Paul is here. Um, one of them was talking about like when you're editing a picture, edit it and then leave it alone.
hmm
Go away from it for a day. Come
That's
back
a
the
good.
next day
Yep.
and then
Yep.
take a look and go, oh, I'm not sure I like this after all, or, I went too far here or something.
Yeah, that's
Trying
so
to do
true.
it all at once um,
Okay.
is often not the recipe for the best.
I
Hi,
like
Paul, how
that.
are you? Can you hear us?
I can. How are
Oh,
you? I've
good,
got some,
good.
yeah. I'm coming in and out here. Just because we've got a new granddaughter. So,
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
okay.
so you'll see me disappear and come back.
Okay. Okay, so we're looking for Christine still. And let me check my mail and make sure she didn't try to contact me or something. No, I don't see anything. Oh, I do see something. She's not going to be able to make it, and she's asking about whether we're recording it, and we are. You guys will have access to this class for at least a year
Okay.
um, to use. I just ask that you don't. It kind of belongs to me, and it kind of belongs to CMC, so don't share it outside your household or
Absolutely.
anything.
Mhm.
Yeah. Let me answer her back here,
Okay.
and then as soon as Paul gets back, we could probably start. Uh, So I'm gonna tell her I want to type here. Here we go. Okay. This AI stuff is showing up everywhere. I was trying to type to her and something popped up that looked like the right thing to say, but then it wouldn't let me change it.
Oh, wow.
Okay, there's Paul. So Paul and Diana, you're the whole class tonight. Christine can't make it tonight, so she'll get the video. She was asking about the video. This whole Zoom class will be on two different videos, one for tonight and one for next week. And they'll be up at least for a year. So you could refer back to them and stuff. There's a lot of information in this. I mean, that's why it's 8 hours long. Um, and talking about the 8 hours, we'll do a short break at the end of every hour. Okay.
Okay.
Um, if I skip by it, let me know. Um,
You bet.
but So we're going to go over, um, you know, everything Lightroom does. The interface, it's built into modules to do certain jobs. Talk about the organization, that part that just right here that says catalog versus file browser.
Mhm.
That's where your question about organization comes in.
Okay.
Within the whole library module, that's what it's all about. It's about organizing it, finding it, culling the bad ones out, noting the good ones, and so on and so forth. Um, and the other main, there's two main modules, and then some extras. The develop module, of course, is all the editing,
Mhm.
and um, and they have map module, print module, slideshow, web, and book modules. So these objectives right here basically say that you're going to figure out how you're going to know how to do all of this. The bottom line is you should be able to use Lightroom Classic in a normal image workflow for all your organization, all your exporting out of JPEGs or pictures to be printed, um, and so on. So I'm afraid Paul's going to get a chopped up class here, but
He's gonna have to watch the recording.
nothing like a new baby, huh? Okay, so any questions before we start? Oh, there's the new baby.
There's the baby.
I don't know how long this is going to last for.
Yeah. Well, it will be, you'll get the link to the recording as soon as I can get it up tomorrow.
Okay.
So if parts that you missed or whatever, you can zoom through and pick it up. Okay, so we were just saying you're going to be able to do this, begin to use Lightroom in a normal image workflow and know what to do. I mean, that's the bottom line. There's no other point. Um, you've probably seen some videos on YouTube and so on and gotten lost and
Mhm.
but that's not how I do it. I try to do it in a um, cognizant, organized way based
I
on
knew
what
you
you
would. That's why
actually
I'm here.
do. Yeah, yeah. So how much experience do you have with it, Paul?
So I had been working in Lightroom last year for a little bit and editing some photographs and stuff, but then we had we went and I've got construction going at the house and we've got this one, and so I've kind of um fallen off a little bit.
Okay, well,
Um,
we'll get you back
and
on the
then
horse.
yep. And then one of the things that I did want to try and figure out is let's see how that I've lost you guys. We're on this one. Okay. Um, I struggle with like cataloging. So it's like, I'll give you an example. My biggest thing is, we go to, like, we went to Florence this year, and then you take, like, I don't know, 1,500, 2,000
Yeah,
photographs, and then you're trying to figure out how to cull those efficiently.
right.
So you can go like, oh, well, this is good and this is not. And that seems to
Perfect.
be laborious.
Yeah, and it's got tools to make it less laborious. So that's good. And that's Diana was just talking about the organizational part, and that's what we're going to hit first. We're
Oh,
basically
perfect.
going to
Okay.
cover
Yeah.
that whole uh, um, library module, which is all the organization, all the culling, all the marking and finding and all that stuff. And I think we should be able to finish that tonight. If we have some of it left over for the next week, we might, but I think we can do it. So it
Okay.
sounds like we're all on the same page here.
Yeah. She's on the same
So
page.
all that said, if you have our pictures showing on your screen, they're probably up here in the right-hand corner. Is that true for you guys? That's where Zoom usually puts the videos of people. Just know, you can move that thing around. There'll be times when I'll be pointing. Watch for my mouse. I'll try to circle like this where I'm going, right?
Okay.
And if suddenly you can't see anything but, like Diana's face or my face or something, move us out of the way. Just grab that and get it out of
Sorry.
there.
Uh,
Yeah.
oh,
Um,
the handoff. Here we go.
the handoff. Oh no, I was just gonna start with the baby and tell her what to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Bye.
so this website, I'll send you this link.
Okay.
But basically, if you go to stevegandy.com/tech classes, you end up at a page that looks like this. And oops, not like that. Hold on. Uh, you end up at a web page that looks like this, and that website is right here. Getting started and hands-on with Adobe Lightroom. That's what I used to call these classes. And all this information, there's a lot of information there. And I'll show you that at the end of the class too to remind you. It'll make more sense then.
Okay.
Now, let's go ahead and jump into Lightroom Classic, and I'm going to get you guys out of my way a little bit here so I can see my screen. All right, so let me pull my notes up here and start with just an interface tour here so that you know all the parts. And I understand you've both have got some experience, but I'm going to cover it all. So some of it may be repetitive and some of it may be brand new, and some of it in the middle, right?
Mhm.
So first of all, keep your eye on this section of the screen up here at the top where it tells us what module we're in, right? I think I was in the develop module when you guys logged in. Library module is what we're going to work on now. Those are, of course, the first two, and
There we
then
go.
map, book, slideshow, print, and web. And looking around the looking around the interface here, let's just cover a couple things. One is there could be things missing at the top of your screen. Do you see where I'm clicking? There's a tiny little uh,
Yeah.
gray pointer, and quite a bit of these buttons are tiny. So I'll probably say that 1,000 times. But this one kind of hides this stuff, this whole bar from us. So if you don't need it, if you're working on editing a picture, you don't need that part at all. So it just makes the data bigger, makes the picture bigger so you can see it. It works on the bottom as well. There's one down there, and that's hiding basically, this is called the film strip. And the film strip is showing us um, what I have told it to show us. It's looking at a particular folder of images from this litter of puppies. And so that's why those are there.
I'm
But
sorry. I apologize. Oh, that's where you are. I'm trying to, can you go through that? What was at the bottom again?
yeah, it's the same little pointer icon.
Because I'm not seeing one on your screen
Oh,
that
it
I
could.
have.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me see if I can shrink. Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Lightroom. Oh, I just killed Lightroom. Let me bring it back.
Oh, I
Oh,
love that.
jump to a different folder here. Um, what I was
So I
going to
see the
do,
one,
what I
I
was
see the
going to
one
do
at
is
the
make
top.
this make this window a little smaller, so maybe something's getting cut off.
There you go.
Here we go. Okay.
Yep.
So here's the little pointer right there. That's hiding, basically hides the film strip if you don't need it. Okay.
I'm sorry. Where is that little one again?
Can you see me circling?
No.
I can see it. Maybe
You can see the
pull
dog with
out
the
your
hat on, right?
Yep. See the dog with the hat, and then I see a bar at the bottom with the star, red, yellow, purple.
Okay. And you don't see a whole strip of pictures down at the bottom?
No.
maybe pull out
Uh,
your window so it's
yeah, you
bigger.
may need to open your window up a little bit. Grab
Um,
a corner of the window and drag it. Um,
Let me.
Sometimes the zoom window can get in the way of the data I'm trying to show you. So it could be,
That
Okay.
bottom right corner, if you just click and drag it out. I had to make mine a little bigger.
It looks.
let me pull this up some more.
There you go. Now I can see him.
Okay, so now tell me how far I can go in the other direction here and you can still see it. Oops. Now I keep clicking the wrong thing here. Hold on. Tell me when you, oops.
So I lost the bottom pictures.
Can you see them now?
Needs to shrink just a touch. I can just see the top of them.
I'm having a hard time grabbing that corner for some reason. Zoom is a great tool, but it sometimes gets in the way of um, doing stuff like this. Here we go. How about now?
Yeah, I can see half of the pictures. There you go. Perfect. And I see the little bar at the bottom,
Okay.
that
All
little
right.
thing
So
at the
that's
bottom.
okay. It could be the sizes of our screens, the
Yeah.
dimensions and stuff. So we can work with this. Okay. So anyway, these little arrows, they're on all four sides. Can you see the
Oh,
one over
got
here
it.
on the
Okay.
left?
Yep.
If I do that one, it'll close up that set of information on that left side. If I come over to the right and I click it, it'll close up and open that side. So it's very, what you're looking at on your screen when you need to, you can get some of the junk out of the way when you don't need it. It can be a confusing interface until you're just really familiar, right? So I always like to start with that. Like if you're not working with this junk over here, get it out of the way so that it's not grabbing your attention. Um, then let's keep going around the interface though and taking a look. So I've already defined the film strip. It's showing us the pictures that are in a folder that I've chosen. But how do I choose that folder? I'm going to look over here on the left-hand side. These are called panels, all these little areas. I'm going to open up this one, the navigator. The navigator is almost always open, and it
So
shows you,
is that on the left side?
yes, left side.
So yeah, what I have now is from the hat down and it's lost left and right. All right, I can see the right side, but not the left side. I guess that would be
Let me squeeze it this way. How about
yeah.
now?
A little bit farther. Farther. Sorry.
That's okay. I've never had this happen, but that's okay. Let's get it right.
Farther, and then if you can pull it down, because I don't have the bars at the, yeah, there you go. Perfect. There we go.
How's
Good.
that?
That'll work.
So look, so you can see my mouse right now,
Um, I
moving
can see the
in.
mouse just under Steve,
Yeah,
but if it goes, there's a little bit to the left I don't see, but I can
that's
see the pull down from Navigator, catalog, and stuff. There you go.
okay. So I'm hoping I'm going to go around the whole
Yep.
rectangle.
Yep. I can see all of that now.
Okay, I'm going to take a screenshot of this because next week it would help me. Um, it will help me know how to get that window, so we don't have to go, do that again. Okay, so um, let me organize this. Okay, anyway, so on the left, these are called the panels. And in the library module, the top one's the navigator. Very, very important because you can see the picture that you've got clicked on down here in the panel. So why do I need this? Well, it kind of depends on what you're doing. One thing you'll be doing a lot of is zooming in or zooming out. So if I wanted to see this picture at at full, like I'm seeing every single pixel that's in the picture, I would come up here and hit the 100%. And then I can still see over here in my navigator what part of the picture I'm seeing. So I can move that around, right? Maybe I want to check eyes and see if they're sharp or something.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Go back to this top part where the 100% was, and you'll see one that says fit. That's the easiest way to go back and looking at the whole picture, if you will. And then if it's got two little tiny pointers, that means it's a drop down menu. So fit and fill are different. So fit shows us everything. Fill kind of uses the real estate we have in here. We don't use that one as much. But generally fit or 100% or going to even there's another drop down right here, going to one of these other zoom amounts. I mean, you can literally, if you're checking sharpness or a very small detail, you can get in here really close. If you go all the way to 1600%, you're basically seeing every single pixel if you
Right.
manage to move it around and look at them, but you can see the square pixels there. So fit 100%. and really zooming in when you need to. So that's the navigator. You don't need that open if you're not using it, but it generally pops up by itself, thinking you probably are going to use it. I'm going to
But
close it. I'm going to close it right now and
but
come down.
that's a pretty good thing to use to double check, like, hey, is the picture clean in terms of is it sharp in all the areas that you
Yes,
want? You can go back and
absolutely.
forth.
Yeah,
Um,
if I was evaluating these pictures, you'll see this in a minute. I'd click on the picture, I'd probably go to 100% if I'm looking for sharpness, and then I can go through the pictures and, and look and see.
right.
Um,
Thank you.
let's get back to fit here. I'm going to close the navigator for a second. I opened up the catalog panel. So the catalog is the word it uses. Well, library module is the catalog. It's giving you access to the whole catalog. And library catalog database, whatever you want to think of them as, it's where the pictures really are, it's how
Okay.
they're organized, and it's how you can find them. So they'll always in the catalog panel, one of the first things that's there is always all photographs. Okay. So um, let me see. Oh, I opened the wrong catalog for the training, but that's okay. We can keep going with this for a minute. But it tells us uh, it's basically showing us all the pictures. Now it looks like there's about 6 pictures on the screen, right? But if we keep scrolling, we'll get to all 134,000. Um, the synced photographs is the first what they call a uh, collection. It's a built-in collection. So these are the ones that I've actually synced to Adobe's website so that I can see them on my phone, or I can give somebody an email address to go see them. We'll look at how that works later. But it's a subset, right, of all my catalog. And it's the ones I've told it to be synced to Adobe's site. There's the idea of here's the next built-in collection called um, the quick collection. Quick collection is used for sort of a temporary group. Okay. If, for example, I was trying to find, I taught a blooming photography class last week, and I was trying to find some flower pictures to use. And so that's why you see a bunch of flowers in this quick collection. It often gets all jumbled up and with a lot of different things. And I'll show you how to add pictures to it and out of it and so on later. But just so you know, that's what's going on. It's like a quick way of grabbing just certain pictures from all different folders or in any location. The next one, pre-made collection, is the previous import. So the last time I imported any pictures, it was this little group right here off a camera card, some snapshots and stuff, my gallery wall in Fort Collins and so on. So that was the last time I imported pictures. The last time I exported pictures, previous export as a catalog. Oh, this was actually, you're not going to use this one very much. I'm going to skip it right here and we'd use up valuable time worrying about it because it's so used so little. Um, here's one that shows up if you actually export a picture, like a duplicate or something. Like I exported this one out as a JPEG from its raw file from the camera because I needed it. Then it would show it here. It was the last picture that was added to my whole database by doing the export process. Mostly here, you'll use all photographs. Here's what I like about all photographs. The You can, oh, what was I going to say? I just kind of forgot what I was saying. Oh, you can sort them, and we're going to get down to that in a minute. but I'll be able to go to all my photographs and sort for every photograph that has a star on it, or every photograph that has, one of these color frames on it in particular, the red ones or the blue ones or whatever. But it's a quick way of jumping to the entire group from your archive where you've made some certain marks to them. Um, okay, so um, that's the catalog panel. I'm going to close that up for a second. We're going to dive a little deeper into the catalog. Here's the actual folders where the pictures live on my computer. Okay. And Diana was asking about, organization and so on this. I'm going to close this one up and show you in this particular, on my computer, I usually have two disks that are used. The Macintosh hard drive is the one that runs the whole computer, right? I didn't ask, by the way, are you guys Mac or Windows?
Mac for me,
Okay,
Same.
but
same.
it's kind of I bought it last year when I started doing the photography, so I'm kind of new to that as well.
Oh,
But it
okay.
brings up a good point. Like one of the things is I'm gonna guess it has 500 gigabyte
Hmm.
on it. And I never was really sure of like, well, man, I don't know if you want to store. It seems like you would eat up all your space if you stored everything on the Mac.
Well,
So,
yes, once you get, I certainly would. That's why there's this disk here, the Data 2022. That was the year I bought that disk, which means it's getting a little long in the tooth. Um, that's where all my pictures are, or most of them. I keep some stuff on the internal drive, but depending on how many pictures you take and how big they are coming out of the camera and so on, then yes, avid photographers end up with another data disk.
so I have it
Storage one.
on a 2 terabytes scan disk, I guess, SanDisk or whatever.
Yeah.
Um, the primary one, but so I'm just trying to, is that, how I do it and the efficiency of it, that kind of stuff. So,
Yeah, you
um,
want you want you don't want to skimp on the price on those because it'll slow they won't be as fast and so on. The solid state ones are faster,
right.
but these are spinning disks that I have, my data disk, and it works just fine. But it's big. I think it's 4 terabytes. So and this is exactly what I'm showing you. So um, I do have some pictures on the Macintosh hard drive, right? But uh, most of the pictures are here. And Diana, to your point, let's look at the archive here for a minute. Um, this is sort of that's the disk, data 2022. This is my enclosing folder, Steve Gandy Photography Archive. Okay. And then I have some organizational parts going in here, like I have assignments, I have documents, I have graphics, and then I have my archive of personal work. And this will be the most uh,
It,
helpful one to look at.
are those all a subset of the 132 data?
Yes,
Like everything is up there and then you're copying the stuff down to whatever you want.
right. I've organized. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I'm explaining right now. Is I'm organizing my pictures um, by a couple different organizational terms up here. But then once I get down into any of those, the primary organization is by date. So digital photography for me really started around 2003. So this, I guess I should say 2000. This first folder says 2006 and prior. So you can see as I go down here, I've got um, dated folders. And the other thing that's going on here is I always recommend being a little bit verbose when you name folders, even if you got the date on them, but you know what? In 2026, I would not remember, exactly what year that trip to the BVI was. Okay.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
having BVI, British Virgin Islands on there, um, that's going to help. So
Mhm.
then let me jump down to let me close that one and get down to one that's a little bit more modern here, like 2025 or so. And you'll see I've got 2025 0106, so that's January 6th, and bird silhouette. This one is sunrise, Berthoud Town miscellaneous, Heron Lake skies, so on and so forth. So that is my recommended way of doing an archive. But I just want to show you a different one. I think I can show you up here. Um,
And
where
and
did
I think you may go through this, but just
here it is.
um, so you I don't know what I have. So you're pulling it off the camera um, file disk
Uh-huh.
and putting it in. So I'm trying to fit like one of the things I never really understood, or maybe you can explain, is like when you're in Lightroom, I wanted to make sure that I'm not like it, I didn't really understand where I was saving it in Light. But if when I'm in Lightroom and I'm saving it, it's either going to save it to the hard drive or if I define the external disk drive, right?
Yeah, yeah, you'll see that. You'll see that
Okay.
later. Well, you get to pick exactly where it goes. And you
Okay.
should pick where it goes because that's a recipe for if you kind of don't pay attention, that's really a good question. If you don't pay attention, you won't know where they are
Yeah,
for
I think I have a
long.
few. I think I have a few of those.
So here's another example though. Like I use those dates, right, in um, verbosely worded folder names. But here's some other people do kind of a categorical organization, so maybe they just have, their assignments here, their family here, and they put the folders within those categorical things, personal work. I just have this as an example. That's why there's not very many in there because I use the dated thing. So that's another way to do it. Okay. Is to kind of, but even if you do the categorical thing, I'd still recommend putting a date and a name on them, right? Because otherwise, all your family pictures, will all be messed up together. All your work pictures will be jumbled together. All your fun pictures will be jumbled together if you don't have something kind of uh, marking them, if you will, labeling them.
So what if this group of photos would fit into family and travel?
Yeah. So then that's sort of a weakness of the categorical organization idea, right? Which one do you put it in?
Hmm.
But you'll see how we can solve some of that in just a bit, right? So so that's another way of thinking about organizing it. And when you go down into any of these, you click here and then those are the pictures that you're seeing, right? In the film strip and in the grid. And speaking of the grid, let's jump right in since it fits right here to these choices across here. This is called the toolbar. And by the way, the toolbar is easy to lose. It has a shortcut key of T for showing and hiding the toolbar. And I guarantee every person I've ever worked with Lightroom has ended up losing the toolbar and not knowing where to find it. Um, Up in the view menu, it's up there. But just so you know, that one might get lost. But the first thing in the toolbar, let me squeeze this down. So
And is it on a Mac? Is it like Command T or is it just T or
just T, just
just
T,
T?
just T on Mac or Windows. The first few choices are grid, uh, what they call loop view, or you're looking at the whole picture and it's fit within there. A comparison view, X and Y, for example, and then a multiple view, and then people view. It's looking for people in there. So I'm going to stop it so it doesn't get hung up. And then duplicates. So, if let me take the zoom down on this and go to the grid. And where did I just lost my zoom thing there? Where did it go? Anyway, um, within the grid, you can jump around your whole group, click on one, go to fit, and it'll jump right to what it calls the loop view. And I think I'm losing something right here. Hold on. You change this window on me. And oops. Yeah, the way we squeeze this, hold on just a second. I can, no, I can't quite see that. Let's hide this. Here we go. All right, so because we had to kind of squeeze the screen there so it would fit your screen for some reason, it was hiding this part for me. Sorry for that
Oh,
little
okay.
interruption. But when you're looking at any of the views, the grid, the one picture view, or any of that stuff, there's a thumbnail slider here. So sometimes you got a zillion pictures. You don't need to see too much detail, right? Like maybe I'm just looking for the columbines, I can pick those out in this tiny little thumbnail. I don't need to go all the way up and be looking at them like that. So we've got a thumbnail thing here. We also have a little drop-down menu on the end of the toolbar that's showing me what's in the toolbar, right? So it's showing us the sorting button, the flagging button, the rating button, and so on. We'll look at those. But you can, if there's something that you don't use, for example, I hardly ever use rotate anymore because the cameras rotate the picture for you. You never end up with an upside down picture of a modern camera. So I don't need the little rotate tool anymore. Just as an example. But if I pick out one of these pictures, then I may use some of these things. I may want to sort this whole group in a different way. I might want, right now it's sorted by capture time. So when the shutter button was clicked, but I could have it like organized by how many stars it has. So all the star pictures just ended up at the top. They call that rating. I could do it by label color. There's no label colors on these, but I could sort it by file name and all these other things that you can see. Aperture, focal length, shutter speed. There's just a huge choice of stuff. Mostly you'll use the order they were shot or the rating or the colors. Let's just take a picture and put a red frame on it. And then you can see, like, if I go to label color, it will organize and put all the reds together. Let me just make another one red here. That'll make more sense. See how the reds jump together? Totally different order of the whole pictures. If I want to get back into, like their file name, then they'll jump back into their normal place. So it's just different ways of arranging what, the ones you're looking at. We chose to look at the pictures in this folder, and then we're choosing to sort them in a certain way, and we're choosing to look at them in a different way. So let's just see a couple of the others. I'm going to pick 4 pictures here and then go to this multi-picture view. So you can see it's going to use the space it has to show me those. And that'll look different depending on what shape the pictures are. Like these are more horizontal pictures. So if I choose those and go to right, multiple view, you can see how it arranges. No photo selected because I clicked off of those. Speaking of selecting, you probably know this from using a computer at all, but you can click something and it's selected. If you command click, you can get both of those selected, right?
Oh,
If
okay.
you wanted, for example, this one, and this one, then you need to use command click, 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 click. But if you wanted to get like the first 3, then you can say shift click. Click on the first one, shift click on the last one, and it'll get those 3 for you. X and Y, if you do that one, it will just take the picture that was right next to it and put them up there. And it gets a little icon, a little diamond. The first one was the one you chose. It's like the selected one, and this is possibly better. This will come in when I show you culling. You'll be able to say, oh, like I'd like to compare these 2 pictures and figure out which one's best. Like, for example, these 2, here, let me get out of that for a second. Let's pick these 2. They're very similar and go to X, Y, and then I could compare those 2 side by side, trying to figure out which one is sharper, better, more colorful, or whatever, right? And oftentimes you're getting into 100% to do that kind of evaluation. So then your cursor turns to a little hand, and you can just move around and say, yeah, they're pretty much the same sharpness, and I don't think they're that sharp. So, um, so that's how that works. Let's see, what did I miss here? We got the zoom part. Right. Okay. And then generally, just to go back to normal, I would generally hit the grid. And then, when you jump to a new folder, you can kind of see what's there, right? It's not going to be in a weird sort of arrangement or uh, way of showing you stuff. Okay. Um, let's see. We're still doing this interface tour. So down at the bottom of these of the panels, let me close up this disk here, close this one. Let's keep going down on these. Then we get to, so that's the physical organization, is like every document on your computer's got to be in a folder somewhere. So that's why you have all this access to the folders. Um, and by the way, if I needed a new folder, like let's say I found some new pictures from 2009 when I'd lost them. They were on a disk that I didn't know about or something. Well, I can do a right click and create a folder anywhere I want. And it'll let me, if I choose that, it'll let me name it. And it'll even include the selected photos if I had them selected. So when you bring in new pictures, you'll see that, Paul, you were asking about where they're going to go. You'll be
Right.
able to create a new folder on the fly then. But later on, you go, oh, I found some other 2009 pictures. You can just create a new folder wherever you need it.
Got it inside the existing one.
Now, I use the term right click. Some Mac users don't know about right clicks because Apple thinks for some reason that we don't need them. But uh, Lightroom and Photoshop are full of right click capabilities. if there's anything on the screen almost, if you do a right click, you're going to get choices. If I right click on one of these pictures, I can do all kinds of ton of things to it. So do you know how to get to your right click?
I don't.
You don't? If you hold down, if you hold down the, I just forgot, control key. If
Okay.
you hold down control key and click, you'll get
Got
that
it.
choice. It's
Oh,
called
perfect.
they're called contextual menus because wherever I do it, if I do it right on a picture, I get this. If I do it right on a folder, I get these choices, and so on and so forth. But there's right clicks everywhere. If you can't quite figure out what to do, try a right click on it and see if the list shows up with something that you want. Um, okay, so let me close that back up and get down. So those are that's the whole folder organization. And like I said, it should be in a organized fashion of some sort, whatever makes sense for you. You know, this is just what makes sense for me using the dated thing and using kind of a combined categories and dates. But if some other organization works for you, that's fine. Just have one though. You really want to have one and kind of stick with it. You can adjust it over time. The next part of organization, though, is our collections. And I think I mentioned already, we've got some built-in collections, the all photographs, the all synced, the previous import, the previous export, and so on and so forth, a quick collection. These collections, let me close up those. These collections are ones that I created. So when I look in one of these, let's just find one. This one says basically keyword searches. Actually, I'd rather not use that one right now. Let me go down to let me go down here. Bright colors. Okay, I was looking for some brightly colored pictures one day, and so I collected all these, put them in a collection called Bright Colors. Um, these come from different folders. Okay, they were not all the same folders. If I look at some of the dates on these, you know, this one's from 2016, this one's from 2007, this one's from 2012. These things came from wildly different places, but I found them and added them to this bright colors collection that I found or that I wanted. So I want to, and you can see I have one for this dog named Emmy. I have some that are some motion blurs. I have some that are different focus. Actually, that one doesn't have anything in it. I have an example one with this little baby. You get the idea. I've collected these groups, really handy. Now, Lightroom, some Lightroom users, by the way, they don't pay any attention to the folders. They just drop all those pictures into whatever folder, but when they're doing it, they send all the pictures to a certain collection. And so their folder their folder panel up here would not look organized like this. It would just be a jumble. But because at and they really need to do it at or right after importing, if they put them all in one of these collections, these virtual groupings, then they can always find them the same way they could the folders because you name them. If you name them well, you can find them. You can always search for collections or for folders right here at the top. You know, so if I lost that colors one, I could just start typing color and I'd get all the collections that have the word color in it, right? Here's the bright colors one. So now let's see how you do it. let's just go back to our all photographs for a minute and shrink them down so I can see a bunch, just in case I want to grab them. And in the collections, then the collections panel, I'm just going to close everything else up. There's a plus sign. So create collection, create smart collection, create collection set. So I'll explain all three of those. But that bright colors one is just a regular collection. You can think of this one, it could say create manual collection. Okay, not a smart one. And smart one, you can say create an automatic collection. Okay, that's the way I would have named these if it was up to me. Manual collection, automatic collection, and I would call this collection group instead of set, probably. But that's what those three mean. So let's say I was looking for some, kind of warm, sunsetty pictures, and I kind of found some, right? And then I thought, well, I really should put these where I can find them again, like in a collection. So I could come over and click the plus sign, create collection, and I get to name it. So we'll just call this warm and sunny. And I can make sure that this is checked right here, include the selected photos, because I already found them, right? So you could do this either way. You could make the collection first, then go find the pictures, or you can find the pictures, select them, then make the collection. But I like to do it that way. So I can just include them automatically. You could automatically have them start syncing with the Adobe Cloud right there. I don't do that. That would drive me nuts. But there's always more choices than you need, right? And I could also include them in one of the groups, in one of the sets. If I choose that, it'll show me all my set names. And if there's something that makes sense, I could choose it and have it nest inside. I'll show you those in just a sec. Let's don't do that right now. Let's just put this one in the group of collections. It's named warm and sunny. I'm going to click create. And it doesn't seem like anything happened, but it did. If I go down here to the bottom, warm and sunny, sure enough, there they are. Those are the four that I chose. And
So
now
I might be jumping ahead, but I've heard of like tagging. So if you tagged a bunch of photos sunset, would you put them here or is that something totally different?
we'll get to that. So tagging and keywording are the same concept.
Okay.
And that's another way of finding the ones you want. Like if I really wanted all my warm and sunny pictures, I sure wouldn't want to go through the whole 134,000 looking for warm and sunny. It'd be really great if I could search for them another way. So hold that thought because
Okay.
we'll get to searching where you could find those automatically. But so we've got our collection, and I was going to say like this one doesn't really look very warm and sunny, and I think I put it in there by mistake, right? So let me just digress here for a moment. If I'm back in folders, right, and I have a picture and I press the delete key, okay, it's gonna let me either just remove it from the Lightroom catalog, which means it's still on your disk, or delete it completely. Okay. But if I'm in one of my collections, the rules are a little bit different. If I decide I don't want this one, and I hit the delete key, it just goes away from a collection. Now, it didn't it didn't get thrown away. It just got deleted from the collection. You can't actually delete a picture from the collection. You have to, and this is why I don't use collections as much as some people do. To actually delete it, you'd have to go find it. You'd actually have to go to the folder, see the choice under my right click here. You'd have to go to the folder where it lives, and then you could delete it. Okay. All right. Back to uh, collections here. So we're going to look at the next thing we're going to look at is these ones that have this little gear icon on them. These are the smart collections or automatic collections. And then we're also going to look at these icons that have the little box. And that's it's supposed to look like that little shoebox you used to have with pictures. Or Diana, maybe you're not old enough.
I have them still.
Okay. Um, that's what it's supposed to look like. Oh, there's my reminder that I'm giving us a break here. Uh, Let that digest for 5 minutes or a little bit more if you need it. Um, but let's take that break and come back at about 6:05.
Okay, thank you.
Check on the baby.
Yeah, we have to see how that's working.
Let's see here. Um, okay.
Steve, while I have you on the thing, this is just I've been confused about what to necessarily shoot in on
Uh-huh.
and so I've been shooting in the NEF file plus the high res JPEG. And I'm wondering, and so it's like, the theory was you could export the JPEG easier and then attach it to a um an email or whatever because of the file size.
Right, but you probably don't want to share it unless you've already tweaked it.
Yeah,
And
so
and the
the
tweaking should happen on the raw file, the NEF.
and then if you're doing that, I mean, can I just eliminate that and then whenever you're going to send it out or whatever, then you can drop it down into a JPEG.
Right, yeah. So here's the typical workflow if people are shooting raw files or JPEG, you can do it with JPEGs, but they're shooting raw files, then they bring them in and they cull them, they get rid of the bad ones, and then
Yep.
they edit. Uh, That'll be next week when we do the editing. They edit the picture, right? And then if they want to share it, then they export the JPEG then. Because I'll take 100 pictures. I'm not going to send all 100 to somebody to look at, probably. Depends on what it is. Um, but in any case, nobody wants to get the raw file. They
Right.
they want something smaller. So you export a JPEG at whatever size and so on. And you'll see that later in the export process. But yeah,
I
you
had a
don't generally need both. You know who shoots both is like NFL photographers because um, their cameras are shooting all that stuff right to their editors, and the edit if it's a great shot, the editor wants to put it in online like immediately, right?
got it.
Um, but everybody else shoots raw, edits, and then creates JPEGs if they need it. Good
Perfect. Well, that
question.
that cuts out half of my photographs that I don't need.
Yeah, exactly. You can save a lot of space by deleting the JPEG. Just be careful that when we were showing let me get back there. When we were showing the different sorting stuff,
Uh-huh.
let's just go back to um, uh, click all photographs, sort by, it's hidden in here somewhere, file extension. So when you're in a folder, you can search by file extension, and then like these were shot with Nikon, so they're all NEFs. And then we'd have to go way down the list here to find JPEGs, but they'll be down in sorted in that fashion. So you could find the JPEGs versus the NEFs.
And then when you're I guess at the end of the day, after you do the culling and the editing and everything else, and then you save them as JPG, you can save an extra JPEG, which I'm assuming is kind of how that works. So you'd have the raw file, but you'd have the JPEG that you're going to export.
Right. Sometimes depending on what it is, sometimes I make, let's just get into an actual folder here. If I decided these are all raw files, and if I decided I wanted a JPEG of the star or something, sometimes I'll just make a new folder there and call it the JPEGs. Then it's not mixed up
Right.
with the other ones. It just is nested, see, right underneath that particular
I
folder,
got it.
ready for me to export this picture and drop it in there. And we'll get to exporting. We'll get to importing and exporting, of course. I'm gonna throw that away so it's not just hanging out where I don't need it. Remove. By the way, if you go to you can't if you go to delete a folder, the you can't just press the delete key. You have to get to that remove choice. And then if it will remove it from your database, but um, on your computer, it will still be there.
On the hard drive?
Right, right. And the idea is that that folder might have other things on it in the hard drive that
Right.
aren't part of, yeah, you know, you might have notes there or assignment papers or, you know, who knows what. You sometimes have to have a mindset of when you're using Lightroom, is like, I'm a professional photographer, even if it's, even if you're the only, you're your own client, right?
Yeah.
If you're not doing it professionally, but some of this is set up in such a way that it is useful for professional photographers who may, you know, absolutely not have be, you know, cannot lose something that needs to be delivered and so on.
So
Okay,
because
let's
I
see.
don't have a whole lot of photos in Lightroom yet, can I go in there and start making folders?
Yeah, you could.
Okay.
Like how are they arranged now? Are they in folders now?
There are folders, they're just by the subject I was taking photos for, gallery headshots, stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
But if I would like to go in and put them by year, so then anytime I import, I know where to put them.
So you know what I think I would do? How many pictures do you think you have? Just guesstimate.
Oh, I have no idea. I have,
Thousands,
yeah, two
hundreds,
external hard drives full.
Okay. So I think um you might set up well, I'd have to think about it, I guess. It would depend on how well named your folders are, right? Um,
Actually, I wouldn't even have to do that because that's only for my hard drive, because my external hard drives are already pretty organized.
okay. So if they're pretty organized, you'll just be able to point to them and just say, put all of these in my catalog.
Okay.
And then it'll use those folders. You know, you won't be moving them or anything. And if you
Okay.
need to rename them or anything, you can always rename folders and pictures,
Oh, good.
um, rearrange the pictures in them and all that kind of stuff. And if the yearly thing is attractive to you, then, you know, like later you might have to go into a folder and say, let's see, these were from 2020, so I'm going to put them in the 2020 folder.
Mm.
You can move stuff around here. Like I can grab, let's just take this one. I could see how that next folder there turns blue or wherever I'm pointing. It's about to drop that whole folder of pictures into that folder. So I'm going to go away so it doesn't happen. But if you move it here, it will move it on your computer for you. If this is a kind of a tricky point, so you could in the program you can move these folders around. If you go out to the Macintosh and move the folder, it'll get lost.
Uh,
And I'll show you that. Let's just take let's not do anything too dangerous here. If I go to 2007 miscellaneous, okay. If I was, I can tell it to show me that in the Finder right here. So there it is. It's inside the 2007 folder. So if I put that one inside the 2007 trip to Crete, to Greece, to Crete, let's put it in Crete. Then when I come back here, um, oh, now it's not doing it to me. Why is that not doing it? Oh, yeah, it does. Just took it a minute to think.
mhm,
Can you see this little question mark here?
mhm.
Yeah.
it still knows what pictures are there. It knows what they look like. That's part of the power here is that it actually takes a picture of the picture and keeps track of all that. But that's telling us it doesn't know where this folder went. And each one of these pictures has got a exclamation point. If you click on that, it says, we can't do anything with this because we can't find it. Do you want to locate that file for us or locate the folder? So you can change all kinds of things within the system once you're using that, but you don't want to do it out at the computer level unless you really know what you're doing. Since I know that's where I put that, I can move it back. Probably need a different new Finder window and archive and um, oops, where's my work? 2007. Now I forgot where I just put it. Okay, hold on. Oh yeah, I put it in 2007-09. Okay. Anyway, I'll get that back later. But I'd have to go find it and move it back to where it goes, which is um, in this personal archive folders where I have to move it back to. I don't want to take our time with doing it. I just made a note to do it later. Okay,
So,
so that was a
Steve,
good
so when,
question.
like, kind of going back to um, Diana's thing, so you got an external hard drive with folders on it that have pictures in it. When you initially kind of tie that, open up Lightroom and then tie it to that external hard drive, does it pick up the folders and it just mirrors what you have on the hard drive? That's what you're going to look at? Or do you have to import the whole thing to do that?
Well, wait till we get to the import part, and I think it'll answer all of
Okay,
that more
fair
in
enough.
order. But there's two different. Well, let's just wait till we get there. It'll be easier
Yep.
when we're doing that part. Let's finish with this sort of orientation part and basically the left-hand panel, which let me see what we forgot. So we know we can add folders on the fly. We can find the folders. We can search for folders. We can show, multiple disks full of folders. And pretty much the same thing with the collections. We can create collections on the fly. We can search for their names right here. We can take collections and drop them into these were the sets. I was calling them groups as well. So if I wanted to make a collection set, right, just make a quick collection ASDF, and I could put any of these inside that group. Okay. Um, let's see a couple that I have here. For example, I have a set called locations. It's got a set called Colorado. And then it's got all these collections for places in Colorado where I have shot a lot. Larimer County, Rocky Mountain Park, um, Boulder County, Summit County, and so on. So you can nest your organization of these. What I do with these is pretty much they're either the best pictures that are saved in collections, or if I'm doing an assignment for someone professionally, it would again be the ones I was going to deliver. I might keep the whole shoot in its folder, but I'm going to pull out the ones I'm going to deliver, that kind of thing. So, so anyway, you can nest them, you can rename them, all that stuff. Let's look at one of these smart collections that we made. Let's just take let's take Summit County here. If I double click on it, the little rules that I created will show up. So I'm editing this smart collection. The smart collection's named Summit County. And what I did was I said, match all of the following rules. The keyword has to start with Summit County and end with Summit County. The reason it's got both of those, I could have just said the keyword contains Summit County, right? But if I did that, then if I had something that just had county, or I had something that just had summit, they'd get in there too. So this is kind of a trick. It's called Boolean logic. You can look that up. I would hate to teach a class on that. but most people don't have that many keywords that they should be able to just put in that it contains summit, for example, and you would grab all those. So let me show you. Let's create a new one here. I'm going to create. We already saw how to do a manual one, so I'm going to do a smart one, and it comes up blank, and it's got, it's just called Smart Collection. So I'm going to have to name it. Let's just give it a name. I'll remember to throw away. Example. And I'm going to put it, I'm not going to put it in a set, but I could. Right, here's all the sets, right? So I could put it in, let's put it in that set right there that I'm going to throw away anyway, that ASDF. So we'll put it inside a set. And then here's all the rules. Now, it starts out with the easy one, like the rating. So these are the stars. So it can be greater than or equal to 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, 5 star. So if I wanted to find all my stars, all my pictures that had any star amount that assigned to them, then this will do it. It could be I want to have more searching going on than just the stars. So then I hit this plus guy right here. I get another rule. And so the next rule I want is if it has a certain keyword, and this bugs me. I would not do this. I have to go all the way down to other metadata and go down to keywords. Isn't that kind of, keywords is one you'll use a lot.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of hard to find. So the keyword contains, let's put, yeah, it contains mountain. I'll bet you I have some starred mountains. All right, so, and you can see you could do that it's been exported, that it has a flag attached to it. We haven't even talked about flags yet. The label color we've talked about. It has likes, it has comments, it has snapshots, its source is in a certain folder, or it's in a collection, or its date. You could put date ranges on here. The capture date could be after, let's put after 2025. Let's just say 2025. See if it can handle that. And then you create this collection. Remember, it's going into the set ASDF. Because as soon as you hit this, you lose it. You have to go find it. Oh, I didn't find any. So I think I have to put in an actual date. Let's just put 2024. 2024 07/21. That's just was what was last date that it used. And there it found like a ton of pictures that have stars. Now I did something wrong on this one. Oh no, I didn't really. It was I didn't get the keyword in there. the star, so they all had stars and they all were after 2024. So that would be a quick way of finding like your most, recent pictures that were decent, that kind of thing. But you can make as many rules here as you want. You can make some complicated Boolean searches, and that's why I said I hate to teach that class on those kind of searches, but I'll show you this one part. If I do uh oops, it's not that one. What is it? Option, I think. Yeah. If I say option and add another rule, then this part is they have to match both of those rules. But then down here, I could change that. It could be any of these things are true, or all of them are true, or none of these things are true. So you could do things like, it's got to be in this date range, it's got to have a star, but it can't have the keyword, mountains or something or other. So I'm going to leave that to you to explore if you want to use those or not. You can see I use some of I have some uh, of the smart collections, the ones with the little stars, but they're relatively simple because I just don't think it's uh, that all that useful because you're going to see there's other ways. You've already seen how you can sort by date and all that kind of thing. And then I'm going to show you how to find the ones with the keywords without ever having to do um, one of those collections. But the other things the collections can help you find are, the capture times, of course, the flags we haven't talked about yet, the stars we have, the colors we have, and so on and so forth, and whether they're in a particular folder or whatever.
So you can only search by flag or star in collections, not in your regular folders.
Oh no, it looks everywhere. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I said like you might be looking for a flag or a star in a certain folder.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. I'm glad we cleared that up. Yeah. No, it'll look in the entire database unless you tell it that you're just looking in a certain folder. Okay, so any other questions there? That could have been confusing on some of that stuff. This
I'm
one,
just going to go back to the starring your like when you're going through and this may be in the future and the stuff when you're going through the stuff and culling the things and then you give stars to your, 2 stars, 5 stars, like
right?
and I guess I'm trying to figure out like how, like when you do that, how to help yourself not just add a whole bunch of stuff that like, okay, now everything is a 5 star and
Yeah. Yeah, so hold that because when we do the import, that can
yep,
come along then. And then also next week when we're talking about editing pictures, that's when I really attach stars is when I've edited the picture and decided that I wasn't just interested in this one, but I think it is one of the better ones. Okay. And then I'll give you my take on whether it's 1 star or 5 stars or whatever. So let's hold that. That's
okay.
coming. All right, let's see. Let's see where I left off here. Um, got the collections and all right. So we're still we're diving into some little areas, but we're still doing some of the interface issues or some of the interface explanations. So let me get back to folders and get into my into my examples. This is a little set of folders I have for doing these classes and when I do individual tutorials and so on and so forth. So I can get into um, certain pictures to do certain things with. Um, so if I'm looking at a group of pictures, we've kind of covered this stuff here. What we haven't covered is assigning this stuff. So if I'm going through some new pictures, for example, I'll generally do this. I'll get it so I can see it, right? Fit big on the screen. I've got my film strip down here. And if I decide that I need to mark it in some way, well, then this is the time to mark it. But watch out. The toolbar has flags, stars, and colors. But then down here, we also see stars, colors,
Yeah.
and flags in a different order. The top ones here are for marking this picture. So red there gives it the red frame. Star there gives it the star. Flag here, white or black, I'll explain that later, gives it the flag here. And that'll stay there, right? Those will stay. They're markings that I left there. This part is actually one of three ways to do a filter. Well, let me take that back. I guess like four ways of filtering sets of pictures for the ones you want to look at right now. And so this is one way. So if I'm looking at this group of pictures and I wanted to find all the ones marked in red, I come down here and see, because it's all grayed out, it's not doing anything. It says filters off. I click this little red one, and then all those other pictures went away. They're just temporarily hidden because I told it in this folder, what I've chosen here, I only want to see the red frames.
And Steve, can you drag this back to the left a little bit so we can see the right-hand side?
Oh, the whole window?
Yeah, the whole window.
Did I move it?
I don't know. On my screen, it got accidentally moved, so
Can you see it now?
no, it needs to go like 2 inches or something, or 3 inches, or
Tell me when.
yeah, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Yeah, keep. I hope I didn't ruin this for you.
Something changed on your
Yeah,
screen.
right there, right there.
Okay.
And then I'm missing just a touch out to the cloud out to the right, but that's close enough.
Okay. Yeah, so this is the filter bar. It says filter right there. Very, you've never noticed that unless I pointed it out, probably, right? But we can choose any of these. So
So even though it's grayed out, it actually works.
yes, because they're not turned on. If I
Yeah.
click them, then that turns on that filter,
Got it.
and then it's broken. Yeah. So let's just go to a bigger group here. Oh wait, let's just go all the photographs. And then when I turn on, when I say filters off and I turn on red, you can see
Oh,
use the red frame, on hundreds, maybe thousands of pictures. If I turn red plus a star for some reason, and I'll find ones that all have a red frame and stars. Turn the stars off. Those go away. I could also do the flags. Like, let's see if I have any. There's three states of flags. A white flag, a black flag, and no flag. Okay. The white flag is called the pick. So you'll see how we use this when we import some new pictures, like to quickly say, I like these, right? The black flag marks them for deletion. Like you're sure that they're rejects. And so you put like the pirates crossbones flag on that, like we're gonna make them walk the plank. And then there's no flags. Right? So now I'm doing this custom filter of red plus no flags, or I mean the black flag. And so it found one, that one that I was playing with. If you realize, of course, that that isn't right, you know, you can come back up to the toolbar and take that flag off, right? So then nothing matches that filter. There's no reds that have the black flag. I hope that wasn't too confusing. I
No.
think this is a little confusing. Once you've been using this thing, I'd like to see filters off right at the top, you know? And they've got it buried down here about halfway. So, filters off. So then that turns that filter off. There's a couple other filters that are interesting, I think. This one, gosh, I wish I could magnify this. These are supposed to look like the little control sliders when you're editing. So it's edited versus not edited. I think if I run my mouse on there, yeah, it'll give us, you can leave your mouse on top of one of these things and it'll give you help text. So a filter based on edit status, any edit status. And this one would be I guess it's either it's been edited or it's not.
No edit.
One or the other. And then this one is it's been exported or it hasn't been exported. It's got a flag or one of the flag states or it doesn't. This one is it's been liked by somebody. That you won't see that very much. You won't like files here. You'll use the flags, colors, and stars. This is for ones that have been shared out on the internet and have liking and comments available to them. These little icons, this is a regular picture. Let's see how it says it here. Come on, show me the help text here. Original photo. This is called a virtual copy. We'll talk about those when we get to the editing part next week. That's a way of having copies without actually taking up disk space. And then this is movies, videos. And this is another concept called stacking, filter based on stack set stats. Either they're stacked or they're not stacked. So we've been talking about putting them in folders. We've been talking about putting them into collections, either automatic ones or ones that we create. But we could say something like this. We could say, let's get this a little bigger so we can see what we got here. You know, let's say I wanted to take these pictures that have some of our dogs that aren't with us anymore, and I just wanted to keep them together. I could select those dogs. So you see how I've selected just the dogs, not these other ones. And then with a right click, here's that right click again, I can get down to the stacking choices and I can group those into a stack. The shortcut for this, by the way, is G for group. I don't give all those shortcut keys unless I think they're ones that you might end up actually using. So there's tons of shortcut keys. You know how to find them, right? Up in the menus. They always are over on the sides. I mean, who could have memorized that one? But anyway, G actually is the shortcut key for stacking. So stacking stuff is here. I can group those into a stack. Oh, I'm looking at, I'm sorry. I'm looking inside the all photos. I need to actually be in um, I have to be in one folder to do stacks. These two, very similar. I want to put them into a stack. So select, and group into stack. So then it kind of shrinks down. That it's like one picture showing, but it tells me there's two, right? If I click that, I see both. Number one of two and two of two. Makes sense? So you might have like, several pictures that kind of go together, right? And you don't need to see the whole string of them out there. You can group them. I often
Would you do this if it was like, say your folder was Rocky Mountain National Park, and then you had like a whole bunch of elk, and then a whole bunch of birds, and a whole bunch of trees? Or would you just create subfolders?
um, it's your choice.
Okay.
The subfolders are kind of, I mean, you can destroy anything. You can take them out of the folders and so on. What I like about stacks is they can either be permanent, you know. What I'll often do is if I make a stack, let's say I had a picture I was really editing heavily, and I wanted the original plus the edited one, then I can make a stack of those two. So that I had what I started with and I had what I ended with. Hold on just a minute. My dog's trying to find my desk cookies here. They've all learned I keep cookies in my desk. Um,
Smart.
we'll see that again when we do the editing part. It'll make a little bit more sense. But it's another way of grouping, right? Another way of making it a little bit easier for you to find it. I'm going to take the grouping off here. Then I don't want it to show up. You can expand stacks, collapse all the stacks, expand all the stacks, move a picture up or down in the stack. You can, what else? Where's the rest of the stacking stuff? Yeah, unstack, split stack, so on and so forth. So I'm going to unstack those two. So they're coming back. Those are actually two I use in next week. Okay, so assigning stuff here in the toolbar, but filtering for stuff down here in this little filter bar. All right, now to make this just a little more confusing, up in the, let's get back to all the photographs here. And if I close up, well, I guess I don't have to close it up. Right here is another filter bar. And this one has some categories of filtering: text, attribute, metadata, none. So I'm in all the photographs. So I could go into attributes, and there they are again, right? I could say, show me all the stars, right? Or I could say metadata, and I could say, oh, show me all the pictures taken with my favorite Nikon lens. Okay. Or my current camera, which is down here somewhere. There it is, my current camera. So I find this one rather confusing. This one's kind of fast and sweet, It's just like color stars, stacks, or whatever.
Yeah.
Here I have to think too much. And if you're going through all of this, by the way, filters off is, of course, hiding in the middle up here. Again, not at the top. So I just took the filter. If you have to get so deep that you're doing like some text and attributes and metadata, blah, 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 then why not just go make that smart collection where you can type it all out? For me, and other people are different, I'm sure. This may be the easier one, but for me, I just find it kind of cryptic to use it up here.
If you had set it up below, I don't know, put a couple stars, you did the color thing, and
Mhm.
then you were up on that top bar, you'd be able to, the search is the same. It's searching the same thing.
Yeah,
Red down there
it,
is red up there.
yeah, it's just there's three ways to search
Right. Okay.
um,
Thank you.
for all that stuff. You can search here, you can search there, or you can make a smart collection and search there. So it's like you'll end up picking one, right? And the way I do my take is if I just want to do a quick search, I do it down here because it's right underneath my mouse, right? And I don't have to get into all these confusing choices up here because you can change all this. Let me just show you. Any one of these panels can be all these different things, right? But all of that power of different types of search, um, not show it to me again. Yeah, here they are. All that power, that's all nested in the smart collections too, in kind of a more organized fashion where you can actually see like, oh yeah, I searched for this lens and I searched for star and I searched for, a keyword Colorado or something like that. And you can see it all laid out rather than kind of jumping back and forth in these. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You'll figure out which one you like, you know. Um, you'll figure out which one you like. But I guarantee you'll use this one for fast ones. Like you're just in a folder somewhere and it's like, do I have any stars in here? And you'll just search for stars and find out you don't have any or whatever you were searching for. Okay, let's see. Uh, where are we here? So we covered the filter stuff. And let's go over and we covered, let me make sure I didn't miss any panels over here. Oh, we did publish services is over here on the left. I think this is kind of, I don't use this much either for a couple of reasons. You can set up like, have you heard of Flickr? It's a photo sharing site.
Mhm.
There's probably one you can um, find, it says find more services online. So you can set your copy of Lightroom up to use any of these websites. But here's what happens with websites, and you know this. As soon as you learn how to use Flickr, they change something. And then the next time you go to do the automatic thing, it doesn't work. And you have to go back to the website, log in, find your password and all that stuff. So I went through a year of trying to use publish services here with the Adobe stock program and so on and so forth. They change their things and then it's not updated here yet. And it's to me, it's not worth it. Um, so I just don't use it. It's easier to take stuff to the if you use Flickr or use Facebook or use Instagram, just take the picture and put it in Instagram, rather than trying to do everything from Lightroom. That's my soapbox on that one. But now let's shift our energy over here on the right-hand side panels. And the one that's almost always open is the histogram. And let me find a color picture here though. Get it. Here we go. That's what it looks like more usually. Um, we'll talk about the histogram in depth next week in the editing part, in the developing module. But you've seen this on your camera, and it's a picture of how bright or dark the pixels are in your picture, and it's generally always showing unless you hide it. It also has your camera data right there, right?
Yeah.
Comes right out of the metadata from the camera, so ISO and zoom and f-stop and shutter time. And so that's up there, and we'll use that next week. Um, these panels, by the way, uh, you can have, there's choices on these panels I didn't mention. If you right click on a panel, you can turn off any panel you don't use. Okay. So for example, I don't use comments. That's used by people who use Adobe's cloud to publish pictures for clients, basically, so that the client can comment on which pictures they want to buy or so on. So that's one that I typically turn off, but you can turn on or off any of the ones you don't use. Um, so back to what these are though. This one is assisted culling, which is a new system they have to help you pick out the good pictures, and we'll hold that until we do an import of pictures that's coming up, and so I'm going to bypass that for now. But it's a way of helping you. You were mentioning this, Paul, about pulling out the good ones and being
Right.
able to mark them and so on. You'll see that. Both of those go together, assisted culling and the assisted culling info. We'll come back. Quick develop is if you just have a picture, you know, like this one, kind of boring, right? You just have a picture and you want to see if it'll look a little bit better. This little quick develop has the basics of the develop module. And in particular, it has like the auto button where you could, in one click, just take something that was too dark and make it shareable, right? Or too bright and make it shareable. So if it's just something that it's like, this is not an important picture. I just want it to look a little bit better. It's a picture of a cat. I'm sending it to my sister, right? So that's when I say use quick develop. Now, I also say my advice on this is they have enough of the editing tools that if you don't know what you're doing, you're not going to do well here. So it's much better to learn all the editing tools, and then you could use the quick develop with some smarts, if you will. You'll know what the little double arrows versus the single arrow means, and whether that's really the one you want to mess with or not. And it's just using the auto button, fine. Um, Using all this other stuff in the quick develop, I'd say wait, don't use it until you're pretty comfortable with all the develop tools. But it's there for quick develops. Then let's get into keywording here. Well, actually, let me skip keywording for just a minute, because keywording is actually part of the metadata. I'm going to open the metadata panel first and get it up here showing. I've got to stretch this a little bit. Oh, wait, let's hide the histogram. The metadata panel gives you a big snapshot of all that data that's hiding in the background. When you see the picture, you may not be looking at its file name, but you might need it. You might not be looking exactly at the folder it's in, but you might need it. Does it have a title and a caption? If you've entered it, it might. Copyright info, I'll show you how to easily put that in later when we're importing. If it had a rating, it would be there. Actually, it's probably live. If I click, yep. If I click, give that picture a star, that star is going to show up there in the metadata panel. The capture date, the file dimension, so there's your pixels, the capture date, what camera it was and what lens, if it had GPS info and altitude and that kind of thing. If you've cropped it, it'll have a different dimension here than up here. And then and it's showing us those camera settings. You can customize this panel. It's got a customize button. You can show or hide all of this crap.
Wow.
I mean, this goes on forever. For example, some pro photographers, they may be the photographer, but who created the final image? Who owns the copyright? Who's licensing it? Do we have a release ID for the underage kid that was in the picture and all that kind of stuff? So, I mean, a lot of this is not for most of us, but you can poke around in there. These are the things that if I open up this panel, I'm just looking for the name, the date, the camera possibly, and the camera info, though that's always showing right here too, of course. So, but you can customize here. Like I do like to see this one, it says current dimensions. That means cropped dimensions. So if I had this picture and had cropped it, it would have a different set of numbers there telling me. And that tells me like how big something could be shared or printed and so on. This question this doesn't really Lightroom, but I'll just throw it in there because it comes up all the time. People want to know how big I can print a picture. You basically want to take that longest or the biggest number and divide it by like 240 or 300. Adobe uses 240, but traditionally it's been 300. And then it'll tell you how many inches you can print that picture. You basically need 300 pixels per inch to get photographic quality out of your print. So that's how you can tell. But so that information is useful sometimes. That's the metadata. Oh, by the way, oh no, that's just the default. Okay. Let's skip that. Let's go to keywording. So this is the other way of adding some metadata yourself that is searchable. You saw how I could search for it in a collection, right? And it really does help once you get past 1,000 pictures and it's like, well, what year was it? What date? What name might I have put on the folder? What is it? Or where is it? So this woman ended up with Colorado. It's an example shot. Flag Drive was what was the name of a house that I lived in. It was part of an HDR grouping, high dynamic range. You can probably find one that makes a little more sense here. I'm in the wrong place here. Hold on.
That's cool looking though.
Here, that one says training too. I think here we go. Let's try this. This one makes more sense. This little girl, animal, Colorado, dog, example shot, Flag Drive, girl, her name's Gracie Schaefer. Her dad is Guy Schaefer. The dog's name is Maddie, puppy, training. So, keywords can be really useful. If I remembered her name, I could search her by name. I might remember Guy's name because I worked with him for years before I remembered her name because I only met her a couple times. So keywords can be kind of useful. Now, to put them in, you can just click in here and type. You have to separate them with commas. Just type in the word portrait. I like to put portrait on portrait pictures. So you can just type, or you click here, and as you type, it just sticks them in there with the commas for you, which is a little bit easier. Um, there's suggestions, which are almost never good. But sometimes they are. It kind of depends on what you're doing. Like if you've just been keywording a whole set of pictures from Colorado, Rocky Mountains, Summit County, Vail Valley, or whatever, those kind of words will kind of rise to the top of this suggestion pile. So then, you can just click, and then that one will go in there. I'm going to take that out because it isn't right. And then there's this panel called Common Ones, and you can make sets here. So these are some common keywords that I've used a lot, I guess. And then I have a set called Hawaii, because I've traveled there quite a bit. I have a set, and you can create these little sets. Wow, I can't believe we got to the next hour already. Anyway, so you can create these sets, edit set. I think there's a way of creating one here. Where to go? Oh, save current settings as a new preset. So yeah, you can edit those and then click that and you can rename it as a new set. So that's how I got Hawaii colors, so on and so forth. The best part about keywords is, why would you go through all this work of typing all this stuff in? And close that up. And this is why. Because all those for the whole catalog, the whole 130 some thousand pictures are in here. So if I got it in my mind that I wanted to see pictures from the 10,000 islands in Florida, I could just find that keyword. You can search right here, right? I can just find that keyword and then hit this little arrow. And then here's my new set. I'm not looking at a folder anymore. I'm looking at a search. Um, and yeah, I'm looking at a search of all the pictures that were taken in the 10,000 islands. Went down there a couple winters and took a bunch of pictures. So keyword list is a great way. Let's just look up Eddie, and you'll see I've got 507 pictures of Eddie, the dog that
Eddie.
just trying to get a cookie out of my desk. Um, so notice though, it also found Freddie, a friend of ours, Freddie Shockley. So it's just doing a text search, right? But that's oftentimes the search that I do, because I add keywords religiously. I don't generally have to go searching in some other way uh, to at least get it narrowed down. Like I could be looking for a particular picture from Eddie, and so once I get that. Um, let's see, filters off here. Once I get Eddie's 500 showing, then I could filter for the stars, right?
Do you keyword each photograph, or do you keyword just the ones that are starred, or do you?
Uh, there's some keyword on every picture, and
Okay,
I'll show you that again when we do importing. Okay.
right.
Which we're almost kind of to. So it's a little after 7. You want to take our 5-minute break,
Sure.
and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Steve, I just thought of a quick question.
Yeah.
Um, so I have two external hard drives. One's fairly new, one is really, really old. Um, do you recommend getting one that all my photos will fit on, or do you break them up? I don't know, just for safety reasons.
Um, I have a disk that holds them all, and then I have a clone of that.
Okay.
And I keep them. Are you on a laptop or a desktop?
Laptop.
Yeah, so it's harder with a laptop because you're always carrying it around and stuff, you know.
Hmm.
But I generally work on my desktop, so that original disk with all the originals is that's the originals, and then the clone is copied overnight every day. So that's my backup that happens kind of automatically. There's programs that are not very expensive and you can just tell it, make this disk look just like this one, do it at 1:30 in the morning. Um, so for working off a laptop where you're moving it around all the time, it can get cumbersome to have that extra disk. But like I've got one, um, oh, I don't have it here right now, but I just put like some of that super Velcro stuff on it. So I can
Mhm.
just kind of Velcro it to the back of the screen and
Okay.
plug it in so it kind of stays with it. I
Hmm.
use that when I travel. Um, or you just get it back to your desk and plug in the disk.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like whatever works. Does that help?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. the program I use for that copying is called Super Duper, like
Okay.
super duplication. And it's not very hard to do. It's about $40, I think. Um, well worth it, I think. And then I
Okay.
also have a cloud backup. I have pictures that um I, you know, a lot of these hundred some thousand I could live without, really. But some I would die if I thought I'd lost them. So I have it backed up in the cloud too.
Yeah, like the family photos is what I'm worried about. I don't want to lose those, or
Right,
what
right.
if there's a fire or something like that?
And I think, do you use like iCloud or anything for
Hmm.
cloud backup? I'm pretty sure you can tell it to include certain folders, you know.
Okay.
Um, I don't use that one that much. I use another service called Backblaze um, for the cloud backup. But you know what they say, if you don't have 3 copies of digital data, you're just playing Russian roulette with it. And one of them should be somewhere else. So like I have my 2 disks here, and then there's the cloud backup is the somewhere else.
I like that.
All right, so um, I've been selecting images and unselecting images, and I realized I was using a shortcut command for deselecting, which is Command D. So like I have these. I go shift click and get that one, and then do command click and get this one to go with them. And then I don't need those anymore. And it's kind of tedious to go click on each one and try to deselect or do whatever. But so if you've got some selected, command D deselects whatever you've got from whichever group you're in. So that's just a quickie keyword that comes in handy a lot. I
Mhm.
mean, a keyboard shortcut comes in handy a lot. So then if there's questions at this point, I'd like to take them, and then we're going to do the importing, exporting stuff. What do you think? Any questions?
Um, yeah, I have a question. This, so when and it's been a while since I've been back on Lightroom, but you import the files to, and you'll probably get into it, but it's kind of like I'm trying to figure out how not to overwhelm, not to overwhelm the hard drive. So if I import and it's saved on Lightroom, is that saving it on the hard drive?
Yes. It'll Lightroom has to know where the picture actually is. So it's going to be on the hard drive, or it's going to be on an external drive.
So I
Uh,
have to, okay, so I have to tell it which one. I'm just,
yeah. Some people, I had a client once who he never erased a camera card. He just, when he filled them up, he just kept them as the disc.
My sister
Now
does
that was
that.
really tedious. I don't know how many pictures he was taking, but to try to go through those discs and get them back in the computer would be crazy. But that's what he was doing. So,
yeah.
any kind of, they can be on any kind of media that stores data, right? And you'll be able to tell it exactly. You'll see this. You'll be able to tell it
Okay.
exactly where to go. Okay. Um, okay. I'm just taking one quick look around the interface here to see if there was anything I kind of forgot. Um, I don't think so. Oh, I was going to say this, like, when you're in these keywords, like I looked up Eddie, right? And it's 200, it's telling me right here, it found 267 with
He's
that keyword.
he's famous.
He is famous in more ways than you know. He's a character. Lots of people, he has more friends than I have.
Mhm.
But I have I have 2 other keywords that I at some point was using. When Eddie was a puppy, we owned his mother, and we bred him and had this litter of puppies. he was number five. He was the
Hmm.
fifth one born out. And so at the beginning, before he was our dog, he was just a puppy. He was number five. And so he ended up, once we named him and kept him, I ended up with the keyword Eddie dash number five. Um, and then in the thoughts that there might be a picture of a person named Eddie, I ended up creating Eddie dash dog, and now you can see um, that they don't match. I have 240 that have number five. I have 507 that have Eddie dog, and so on. So what I was going to show you was uh, if I use this little arrow to select all the ones that just have Eddie, right? It's showing me that with these check marks that they all have Eddie dog and Eddie number five. But if I go to this one, Eddie dog, or no, maybe it's this one. Oh, I think I screwed it up when I was doing this. Darn it. Um,
Can you undo, speaking of?
yeah, let's see if I can undo. No, I don't think it's gonna undo that to that. Well, anyway, the point is, um, if I had Eddie number five, the point is all three of them have all three of those. They're all marked with all three.
Right in there.
If I thought that I should add this one, I can. I can select the pictures and then click right here to add the keyword. So I don't want to add Freddie Shockley to those dog pictures, but you can see how I could do that. And then let's take off the search
So
and
could you have gone into all the photos with keyword Eddie and changed that to Eddie's dash dog?
yeah, well, I wouldn't have to. I could just click Eddie dash dog, and then
I mean, before you did that, can you ever change a
yeah.
keyword once it's already
Oh
there?
yeah. Oh yes.
Okay.
Good question. Maybe I wasn't clear about that. So back here, this is totally editable, right? So it has Eddie dog, and it has Eddie number five. So I could take off. Let's take off Eddie number five right here, and take out the comma. There we go. So now I think I can show what I was trying to show there. So if I look at all the eddies, uh,
Just Eddie and Eddie Dog. So Eddie number five is out.
right, Eddie dog, and so I can click here. I've got the Eddie dog showing, and I can click here and add Eddie number five.
Hmm.
A little confusing, but uh, I shouldn't have made it that confusing. My advice is you want these because you end up with so many pictures that you don't want to go rooting through folders or collections to get when you could easily just, type
Search and pick them
son's
all.
name or yeah, or the location or the trip, or whatever it was, um, to just get that whole group together. And that's like a semi-automatic collection, right? You have to go to the keywording panel, the keywording list panel and search for it. But then it's just not that hard, right? There's 10,000 pictures from Hawaii. Okay, so then I think we're to the importing and exporting part. So Paul, you can still see my whole Lightroom
Yes.
thing? Okay,
Thank you.
that's a new one. I don't know what's going on between our two screens, but that's a weird one.
Well,
I'll
plus
have to
I'm
remember.
actually at my daughter's house on their setup. So I have no
Let's
idea.
don't try. Yeah, let's don't try to solve it. Okay, so I'm gonna show you both things that might happen. If you have some pictures on the computer, but they're not in Lightroom, then you're importing from your own disk, right? Where the
Right,
pictures already exist on a folder somewhere, right?
right.
And then the other version is you've got, a new camera disk and you've taken some new pictures, and so you're going to bring those in from the camera. And some people just plug the camera in to the computer, or you can, get a little card reader, which is usually a little faster and less cumbersome. But either way, that's like bringing new pictures to the computer and uh, to the program, to the database, to the Lightroom database at the same time. So let's look at both. Um, I think I can find some on the computer that have not been imported. Um, so over on the left, underneath all the navigator catalog, so on, is the import and export button.
I can't see your left side.
Oh no, you can't see the left side of the screen?
Actually, let me see if I need to move. Oh, it was me. It was me.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I gotcha.
Was it the pictures in the way?
I had scooted over the whole screen.
Oh, okay. Um, all right, so I'm going to hit import. And by the way, if you actually let me cancel. Let's start this over. If I attach the camera, or in my case, I have a little card reader. If I put a card in there, about 9 times out of 10, it will recognize that happened, and then it automatically pressed the import button for me. But just so you
Oh,
know, I have seen it work sometimes and it doesn't work sometimes, and I don't know what the problem is. But so I just usually hit import, just to be sure that it recognizes that that's what I want to do. But it should do it automatically. Um, So that's how you get started with new pictures. That's what we're going to start with. New pictures from a new camera card. So this looks similar to our other interface, but it's really totally different. Okay. Um, on the left, the idea is we're looking at all the possible sources. Okay. And um, if I pick, you open that up. If I pick the name of my camera is the OM system. Um, yours would say Nikon something, Paul. What are you shooting with, Diana?
Canon.
Canon. So it'll say Canon something. Uh, but it also it also shows all the other disks that are attached to my system. The Mac hard drive. This is the little extra travel training disc that I use with the laptop. It's plugged in right now just in case I need it. The data and the data clone are there. Um, Ultra Blackie, that's my time machine disc that Apple uses as a backup thing. Um, and then it has the OM system again too. I'm not sure why it does that twice, but it does. So that's our source of pictures. So you can see it's showing me a thing. Apparently, I had a whole slew of pictures where the settings were wrong because they're all too dark. And then I have some pictures of this little bird I was photographing to use as an example. So the first thing really is to decide what you want to import, because do I really want these dark ones when I have an equal number of well-exposed ones? Probably not. If it was something real important, like, oh, I have to look at every single picture, then maybe I'd get these and try to fix them or see what was hiding in the shadows. But you get to select, right? So you can select all the photos. You can select the new photos. So if they were imported off this disk before, it would just show you the new ones that are there. Um, and but you don't have to have it. It's just like in our looking at the whole folder and stuff, I can select a whole group and then hit that check mark and turn all of those off, right? So I can go through these, and if you see obvious ones that are out of focus or bad or whatever, you can uncheck them. Now this one is grayed out. Do you see that? And that's because over here on the right-hand side, I have this checked. Don't import suspected duplicates. So I imported these pictures before, probably when I was explaining this to somebody else, and we checked that, and apparently I just imported one. So that one's grayed out. If I take that check mark away, then I could choose that one if I wanted. Make sense? So if you reuse the card a lot without erasing it, that's a good thing to keep checked, because otherwise you're going to end up with multiple copies of the same pictures. But as I was saying, you find pictures you don't want, just select them and hit the little check mark on one of the ones selected, and the whole group will become unselected. Okay. Here's another one that was grayed out. It looks like I imported that one already. So we'll get the rest of these just as an example. So that's the first thing, is you decide which ones you want, right? Now here's the place where everybody gets confused. Um, you need to read this top bar across here like it's a sentence or a paragraph telling you what's going to happen. The pictures are coming from this card, this OM system card. Okay. Here's an arrow. I wish these were like flashing red. I don't know. Maybe I wish they were even harder to see, because I don't know how many times tutors have paid me, or students have paid me to tutor them on this. You go across and you go, okay, I'm importing, right? And I'm going to copy these pictures to some location. Make sense? You just want to make sure you know what all this is saying. So this is where they're coming from, and I'm going to make a copy of them to my data drive. Now, where it's going in the data drive is coming up next, so hold on. I'm not going to choose assisted culling because I'm going to show you that later, but I'd rather teach it to you later so that you can choose it here if you wanted to. There's some AI workings going on in this that will help you cull the good ones out, Paula, like you were asking. Um, there's just sort of logical ways to do it, and then this is some AI stuff that will help us identify ones that are sharp and so on.
Two quick questions.
Yeah.
How does it know, like the two data on the right, 2022,
Oh,
how does it know to pick that as the recipient?
my computer right now knows, because that's the one I used last. Okay. But hold that thought, because we have to do more work there. Okay. So we're
And then,
importing these pictures.
yep.
We're going to make a copy, and it's not just going to go onto that disk, right? I could pick any of these places that are recent, or the desktop, or I could pick another destination, but hold on and you'll see how this works. I'm going to close up these, because I actually wish that this destination panel was at the top here instead of down below. because this is where people get themselves lost the most, is getting it into the right place. So in the destination panel, it's got all the hard drives.
Oh, okay.
And the reason it's showing data 2022 is because that's the last one I used. In fact, that's the one I use all the time, almost exclusively when I'm importing pictures. But you can see it's right down here.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm just going to close the other ones up just for our sanity's sake tonight. And it's actually going to another folder that I used last, which is the working folder. You remember my organization down here. Let me close that up. Um, why can I not see this? Yeah, my archive personal work. You remember my yearly folders where I have
Yeah.
have all that, right? But what I use for, and I can use that. I could go right to 2026, which would make more sense in this class, and then create a new folder in there for these. This is the most sensible way to do it, is you go to your destination disk, you get back here to destination, you go to your disk, and then if there's an organization already there that you want to go inside of, then you'd pick it. And that's why I'm picking 2026. And then I right click and create a new folder there. And it takes me right out into the Macintosh interface, the Finder interface. And it's in 2026. And I just click the new folder button. And this is available, you know, like on your Mac, whether you're using Lightroom or not. And then I name it. So I'm just going to name it 2026 dash 07. What's today? 21. Which is the normal way I name mine. And I'm going to put, I don't know what bird this was. But I always try to be a little verbose, right, with those folder names. And remember, if they're not quite, if I don't get this exactly right, I can change it, right? Once the new ones are there, I can right click on that folder and, you know, correct my spelling or correct the date or anything I want. This is just to get me so I don't lose them, right? Because the easiest thing to do is to just hit import and all of a sudden you go, oh, where'd they go? And, you know, they might just be in some weird folder with a weird name that, you know, makes it hard to find. So in 2026 now, there's a new folder, you know, with today's date, right? And it's actually showing me that it's going to do a further folder, but that's because I got something selected up here that I don't want. Hold on a second. I just lost it. Hold on a second. For some reason, I'm getting this folder with its actual date on it.
Yeah.
Date format. Oh, organize. This is it. Sorry, I had a little mental burp there. At the top of the destination panel, there's a choice of organizing it automatically by date, okay? Or just put it into the one folder I tell it to put into. Okay, does that make sense?
Hmm.
If I say to do the date automatically, I'm glad that actually showed up. Then it wherever I tell it to go, it's going to make a new date uh, for when the pictures were actually taken because it's reading that metadata off the card already.
Okay.
So that
So
would be a subfolder. I was going to ask that question. So that's,
right.
yeah, and whether you, and when you're making the folders, do you try to remember the shoot date? Like when you, well, actually, I think you answered the question. This
Yeah, you don't
automatically,
have
when you
to.
import it, gives you the date of the import and then
Right.
a subset in the metadata of when it's shot.
Right. So
Okay.
if you've got that by date in there, it's gonna stick it in there for you automatically. And if the card has multiple dates, right, you've taken pictures for a whole week,
Right.
it'll make a new folder for each one of those days.
Oh,
All right. So, and that's why I was actually trying to make it a little bit easier by saying you can just go down and create, you know, you can create a new folder and name it whatever you want and choose it, right? So it
I was just
sort of depends on the situation.
okay. I was thinking if you say over the weekend had 1,000 photos and some were your dog, some were your garden, some were wildlife, all these different things. I'm almost thinking, would it be easier just to get them on your computer hard drive, make subfolders, and then import them so you could do one at a time? Or do you do all that in Lightroom?
What I do if I have a card that has all kinds of different stuff on it, I just bring it in and then I organize it later because it's easier because you can see them all, right? Because
Okay.
you could select all the bird, you could select all, your sun, you could select all the mountain
Okay.
pictures or whatever, and then just create those like we did. You can create folders on the fly.
Okay.
Um,
so you,
I have seen people who just go, well, I'm just going to import all the birds first. Then I'll put the card back in and I'll import all of Bobby.
Mm.
That seems a little, in some way, for some people, that's more organized. And for others, it would be just put them all into this folder and then separate them out. Um,
And then do you delete that original folder if it was all just one date?
oh yeah, if you didn't need that anymore. Yeah.
Okay.
so
So
just so
anyway,
I have,
yeah,
is
go ahead, Paul.
you would import like 500 photos of whatever was shot over the week, and it would
Mhm.
go into one folder. Then you kind of, you know, cull it out somehow, and then put it in
Right.
subfolder, and then move it to subfolders.
Yeah, you saw how I could just right
Okay.
click and make a new
Yep.
folder, or you
Yep.
saw how I could select the pictures, like I could select
Yeah.
all of Johnny and then right click and make a folder called Johnny 2006, or
Right.
whatever, 2026, and then they just move there. Yeah. Um, so you can see how this is where people get messed up because it is kind of confusing. You're in the middle of your organization trying to make sure they go in the right place, but realizing you can, if you know where they go to begin with, then you can kind of reorg after the fact, right?
And then this was going to go to the culling kind of
Yeah,
question. Because
yeah.
you import everything off your card in one, will it take 1,000 photos
Oh
in one
yeah.
shot?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't
It,
matter. Okay.
it takes a few minutes, right?
Um, so you don't worry about culling off the card necessarily.
No, but you can. Like, remember, I unchecked all these dark ones.
Right, but
Uh,
there's still even though you uncheck them here, they're still on your disk, right?
they're on the card,
Yeah.
but they're not going to come to my computer disk.
No, but so for me, what I've been doing is I've taken those, putting them on a portable drive in sections of like, okay, we were in Greece here and we were in Italy here and we were in, whatever.
Yeah.
Um, and then reformatting the card to reuse. So that's kind of
Right.
has
Yeah.
been my process. But if I understand you right, I'm thinking I can skip that, go right to Lightroom, have it create the folders and drop it to the drive there and not worry about doing anything off of the card. Just you're just going to reformat it after it's in.
Right. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you'll
Okay.
import these, you make sure that they're safe, and then I usually put the card on I have like a place on my desk. Leave the card until you know that they're safe and there and backed up, and then you reformat the card.
Got it. Okay. Thank
Yeah,
you.
that's exactly right.
That'll
Why
save
do
me.
you guys
So,
reformat the cards?
it's in your menus on your camera.
No, I mean why?
Oh, why? Well, you can just erase the images, but
Hmm.
some cameras make that kind of hard to erase. You have to do one at a time.
Oh, I
Um,
see.
it's also
Yeah.
a little bit cleaner. Like, I don't know if you remember, did you ever have floppy disks? You
Hmm.
know, back in the day, they had to be formatted. And if you didn't format them, you started using them again, they could get confused.
Mm,
So you'd hate to like lose the best picture you ever took because the stupid card should have been formatted.
okay.
So it just
I've
erases
never
them
done that.
all. Yeah, makes a brand new clean card.
Yeah. On the Nikon anyway, it's super easy to reformat, which I
Yeah.
suppose is good or bad. If it
Yeah, you don't want to bumble into it before you get
Yeah. If I
get the
did,
pictures off the
oh, it
card.
didn't really copy.
Mm,
Hey, there's nothing there. And it's really not there. Well, actually, there is software that can recover um, cards that have been reformatted, actually. But anyway, so you can see that this is why I spend this time on this because it will solve a lot of problems if you take this step by step. Because it's easy to just kind of forget to look at one thing, and then you've got pictures over here that you don't know, and pictures over there that you've lost, and so on and so forth. So we're going to make a copy. We're going to this particular disk. We're going to this particular folder, and I can either have them be just into that folder. This is an important part right here. Just into that folder I chose, or if I want it to do some organization by date, it will. If your card actually ended up with folders, because if you take enough pictures, like tens of thousands on a card, it'll start making folders for you. That probably doesn't apply to very many people. Um, those NFL shooters probably.
mhm.
So anyway, by date, we'll have it do that automatic dated folder, but this is the one I like because then I know exactly where it's going. And I told it that was the one I wanted, right?
Yep.
Because I was able to create it right there on the fly. Um, so and then double checking all that before you hit import. But before you hit import, there's actually a couple other uh, things you have to decide on. Um, Under file handling. So these are the files that are coming in. Uh, the program, as I said, makes a copy of your picture just to show you on all these screens without having to load the original. And those are called previews. They're little JPEGs that are in the database, and they are created exactly for us to browse around and look and zoom in and zoom out and all that stuff without having to open up a big uh, giant raw file every time you click the little plus button to zoom in or something. And the smart choice here is the standard size. Um, it used to be smart to make the big ones because then when you're editing, it didn't have to recreate the big one, but it makes them so fast now. If you zoom in to 100%, it'll create that preview for you right there on the fly. It doesn't take very much time at all. And you'll see that here in just a second. So standard is the good choice. there's another preview called Smart Previews, which allow you to edit pictures when the disk is offline, right? And that might be a choice for laptop users, Diana,
Mhm.
because the then you wouldn't have to have the disk with you. And
Mhm.
when you do plug the disk in and Lightroom's running, then it syncs it all together.
Okay.
Um, but I generally don't do that because I do all the editing on this computer. Here's that don't import the duplicates. Leaving that checked is a good idea. If you've rejected some images um, already, like from the camera, I guess, because you can't really reject them here before they import. I guess it wouldn't import those. Um, I think like my camera, I think does have a way of marking them as rejects. Um, and then there's this choice, backups are a big deal. I have a folder that's set up I call it the import temporary backups. And I just empty it like every week or so, if I remember. But it makes the copy into the folder I told it, but quickly makes another copy in another location. Um, and that's like, uh, and let's say you had the pictures of your life, right? And you've got to get them, but there's a thunderstorm. I'm making this up, right? And what if your house gets hit by lightning right when you're importing these pictures and it fries your card, right? Well, if you're doing this second copy, you might be able to save some, right? So it's just sort of a double safety kind of measure. That's up to you whether you want to mess with that or not. But you can pick the folder you want that to be. You can see I've made one special just called import temp backups. And that the temp lets me know like, I should throw those away every once in a while. You can add these folders right to one of your collections. Remember, I was telling you a lot of people, you have to have the folders, otherwise the computer couldn't function. The database couldn't function, but you don't have to mess around with folders once you've sorted them into collections. So if you're a collection gal or guy, you could go, I could have a collection of birds and have them go right in there. And then I would just go to my birds collection and scroll down, to the last ones that were taken, and there they'd be. So that's a choice. And if you turn that on, then it wants to know, of course, which collection you want. So be careful there. Don't put it in the wrong collection. Um, the Let's see, you can rename the pictures as they come in if you want. To do that, you have to set up a naming scheme. And if you're interested in that, we can come back to that at the end or next time, because I'd rather not get into it right now. But you can see what my little scheme is to put my name, an underscore, the date without any dashes, an underscore, and then it gets an index number. That's what it's going to look like. And it takes this date right off the camera, uh, metadata. So it's the actual date the picture was taken. So we'll leave that on for now because I do it, but that you don't necessarily have to have that. If you just want to use the names that come from the camera, that's fine. Because I've sold so many pictures and they move around sometimes, I like to rename them with my name on them. So that's a choice. And then while they're importing, here's where you can add some other data like keywords. So uh, while they're almost no, let me start at the beginning here. Develop settings. Almost no one does this. they don't pick a develop preset to apply to all the images because it just wouldn't work, it would just be dumb because they wouldn't all need the same editing things done to them. I mean, if I was importing just this picture along with these, it would obviously, they'd be totally wrong and different. So I really recommend against that unless you really know what you're doing in terms of how you shot a shot and you have a preset that would do exactly what you want. Because it's so easy to choose these presets later. You'll see that when we do the editing next week for sure. Oops, there's that lost there. So developed settings I really recommend against, but you can play around with it and see. Metadata is another thing that's not required, but if your pictures are going out onto the internet or to clients or anything, you may want to add metadata in there that includes like your little line saying your copyright this and so on and so forth. So I have several built-in ones that I use. I call them basic info, and then they're kind of basic info for different places. I'll show you what that looks like if I edit this. You can see there's tons of information that can go in that metadata stuff. But the only thing I put in is like copyright Steve Gandy photography. It is copyrighted. All rights are reserved. Here's how to contact me. Here I am, blah, blah, blah. That's all I have in that basic info. And so then I know every picture that ends up in my archive has got my name on it, right? In a couple different ways. So that's a choice. If you want to go in and set one of those up, you can. It's not that hard. Just name it so you can remember what it is. Like this one gives all that information I just showed you, and it puts the Big Island, Hawaii keywords in as well. And that's another thing you can add right here as you go, is if I know, this set of pictures is all goldfinches, I'm probably going to add goldfinch, comma, bird. So that those two keywords are there. Now, if you put them here, be careful because they're going to go on every single picture. So if you've got that card where Billy's playing ball and you shot some cool hawks and you went to Hawaii on the same card, then you don't want to do it because it's going to attach those keywords to every picture here that comes in.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to do it here because it fits. These are all, well, not quite. I got two blackbirds. So, I mean, I could fix those two pretty easily, but to follow my own rules, I'm only going to use the keyword that applies to all of them. Okay. Let's see. So we've got that. We got our info. We've got our previews. We checked our destination first and last. Yep, that's where I want them to go. And then I'm safe to hit the import button. You get a progress bar up here in the upper left. Two operations. It's copying the picture. It's creating those previews. And it's memorized. It's not just copying the picture, it's copying all that metadata. So what was this, like 30 or 40 or something pictures? And you saw how much time that took. So Paul, like you were asking about, like 1,000 pictures or something, multiply those seconds by,
I'm back in 20 minutes.
yeah. Um, Especially when they're raw files and not JPEGs, they're a lot bigger and so on. So then we're back in the library. And if we do get lost, let's go back up. Like this is here they are right here. But what it's showing us is not the folder. It's showing us this built-in collection called previous import. Okay. So it's got, and it should. We just took time to get the things imported and stuff. We probably want to look at them, right? And do our culling and marking and stuff like that and editing. So it's nice that that shows up. If you get to this point and you go, oh my God, I forgot to make the folder, or I didn't do it right, or I misspelled something, or I don't really know where they went because I forgot to look. He said to look and I forgot. Um, you can right click on any of those previous import pictures, right? And there it is. Go to the folder in the library. And so it'll jump right down to that one we made, right? And you can figure out, well, did I get those in the right place? Yep, they're in 2026 and they have the name on it I wanted, so on and so forth. And so that's the importing process from the card, right?
When
And
you right clicked, it said go to what?
one of the choices is, oops, I have to do it on a picture. One
Folder
of
and
the
library.
choices is go to folder in the
In
library.
library. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And that brought us right back to that. So at this point, we're at a breaking point here at 8, so we just have an hour to go. At this point, I like to give like a little work time here. And so let's take a short break, then come back. If you've got any pictures, a card that you could import, even if you've already done it, we can import them and easily delete the doubles, right? Um, but just give it a try and see if you get into trouble and end up with any questions about it. Um, Before we break, just let me say, when you import we did from a card, right? But you can see it ejected the card for me. It's no longer a choice. I could just go to, like I often end up with some pictures on my home folder desktop. Sure enough, there's some pictures in there. And so you could do that. This is the only difference is you still have to do all of the other part, right? If you want them to stay where they already are on your computer, like these pictures are on the desktop somewhere, then you can the choice is just add. Can you guys hear this dog crying?
No.
I need to take him upstairs. Um, you can just say add and they'll still be in that folder, but you can still choose copy and make them go right to their other location. But actually move would be the better choice if they're already on your computer and you wanted them to be somewhere else, then the choice is move. And that's why I was saying when we were doing the card and stuff, make sure it says copy, because you may have last time done add or move. And then when you come back with a new card, it might be set wrong. Okay. Okay, so let's take 5 minutes. I'm going to take my crying dog. He must want to go outside. and I'll be back. But let's take a little work time and try to get into that importing situation. See you in a minute. Come here, Eddie. Come here. It's done. Goodness. Oh, no, cancel.
Okay, so I do this.
Yeah, so hopefully you've got a card or plug in your camera. If you can't do that right now, I understand. But it would really be good if you could dive in there and see what questions you run into on any of the stuff that we've been doing.
Yeah. Oh, oh, that's me. All right.
And by the way, you can probably share your screen if you need to show me something on your screen. Uh, the the button bar on Zoom should have a share um, choice.
That's weird.
Okay, so because I don't have an external hard drive hooked up right now, I was just going to import, I have some photos on my desktop, but then the destination folder is still on my computer, right?
Yeah, um, you don't have your other disk, so yeah, the destination will have to be on your computer somewhere. What's it say it is right now?
Yeah, Macintosh HD, and then I go down to like users, I can put in documents, desktop, all that. Maybe I'll just go grab my external hard drive.
Well, you can just go to your desktop and create a new folder there. And then you can always do it again if you need to add them
Okay.
to the disk. You can do that later. If I don't know where I want to put something, I just put it on the desktop with a good name. Good name
Hmm.
on the folder, right? And then you can always move it and
Yeah, I've got the Lightroom up, but I'm struggling. It's on my laptop screen, but you can't see all the stuff. I'm trying to move it to the second screen, but it's not letting me do that.
you can
Which is
is my screen in the way?
now I moved your screen off, so it shouldn't be in the way.
So unless you
Uh,
got something else showing.
oh yeah, maybe it's the Zoom thing.
Oh yeah, Zoom, you can, any window, the little yellow button, you can minimize it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not letting you see it. Isn't that exciting?
Well, if you can't see it, then that's not the window that's in your way.
Well, it's full screen, right? All right, well, let's see if I can.
I can ask you to give me support permission and then I could look at it. Do you want me to do that?
Sure.
Let's see if it kind of depends on um,
Seems
how
like
your
this would be,
computer's set up.
yeah, something simple, but I don't want to,
So you should get a question that's asking you permission for me to do that. Did you get that?
No, but it could be behind this thing. That's goofy. Yeah. No, no, no. Now back to your screen. Well, I'll just have to sort it out. I don't want to hold up the
Well, I got a few
conversation.
minutes. So what part are you stuck on?
Well, it's not showing either a thing for you to do it, but it's like the normally, with the Macs, right? Each of the tabs you can either, resize it with the green and then move it over.
Right.
But what I've got is on the second screen, I am at a full screen, but you can't get to resize it, which is and so it's kind of a strange,
It's covering up the whole screen.
yeah,
Click the green button again.
there is no green button. You can't get to it. It's
Oh,
it's
really?
stuck below it.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
And
Like,
what screen is it?
it's actually just the desktop screen now. It had the Zoom meeting on it, but I moved the Zoom meeting off and it still
Oh,
doesn't let me do it. So,
but you can't get back to you can get back to the Lightroom screen, right?
uh, I can just see yours. I can't get,
Oh, you need yours.
and so I have mine up on um, had mine up on the other side, but it wasn't,
Hey, we're getting some thunder and lightning here. Lights just flickered, so if I disappear, I'll
we'll
be
know
back.
why.
I'll be back when I can, and then I'll start the meeting over again and just do the link again if I disappear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I can help you with that. I
Yeah. Sorry about that. That's me. That's me.
just go on your dock does Lightroom have a little dot next to it
Um, no,
or under it?
and
Because maybe it's not running.
no, it was running before I picked up the pictures. But so what I've got is it's got the pictures from the last import, looks like, and then all I'm seeing is I've got the Lightroom. I've got a blue bar up with the Lightroom Classic with the Apple button to the left, which is kind of a weird setup. But there's no way to get to the, red and green buttons for
Well,
whatever.
it's probably Zoom is messing us up. But anyway, well, let's just pause there and just put it on your notes that when we're out of Zoom and you got time,
Yeah,
go back through that importing process and jot down any questions
right.
or places you get stuck. Um, and and we've got a week between the two classes for exactly that anyway, for you to dive in. Um, and find out like, oh, I thought I understood this part, but I didn't.
Yep.
So make notes and we'll cover that stuff um, next time at the beginning. Because I feel like we're kind of fighting this double screen setup.
Yeah, that is definitely what I'm doing. All right.
And I can't see it, so I can't really help. Well, so do you want to, shall we continue on then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got some imported.
Okay. So I've got these little birds that I imported. Hopefully you can see my screen,
Yes.
Paul. Yes?
Yeah,
Okay.
looks good.
So let's talk about this culling thing. So I'm gonna hold this assisted culling till the last. That's the newest thing that's kind of showed up. Um, uh, I haven't totally fallen in love with it, but then it just doesn't help me with things that I really need. But you'll see what I'm talking about. The normal way of doing a culling is to get, you go to your new group of pictures, get on the first one, hit the fit button so you're looking at the picture big enough to evaluate, right? Be ready to zoom into 100%, to check focus and so on. So fit in 100. Um, you don't even have to go over the fit in 100 button. Your cursor turns into a plus sign when you bring it on to the loop size picture, the big picture. And then I get ready to, there's different, people do different things here. They either use the flags to do their culling or they use the colors. And for the colors, you have to kind of decide, like reds or red hot or their stop, whatever. You have to assign kind of meanings to the colors. I don't like to do that because I would rather, if I find a group of pictures that kind of goes together, remember I could stack them, but I can also, color them all. And then that group kind of goes together easily, very visually, right? So I'm going to teach you the flag way. And for this, we want a couple of the short keyboard shortcuts. So as I look at a brand new picture and I like this one, I want to mark it to delete. I don't really need the back of this bird's head that's not quite in focus, right? So I'm going to use the flags, either a white flag to pick it, right? And oops, oh, sorry, I'm doing the filter instead of the. This is why I wish these weren't right on top of each other because I forget and hit the wrong one too. So I either want the white flag, which puts this little white guy on the corner as a pick, or I want the black flag, which marks it for reject, right? So P stands for pick, all right? The white flag, and um, X stands for reject.
And
So I have,
where do you see that?
where do I see what?
So when you put the black flag on this picture, it shows up
Yeah,
where? Oh, up in the corner there. Got it.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so P would give it white, X gives
Yeah.
it. So what I get is I get my finger on the arrow key, my right hand on the arrow key, and I got my left hand ready to press either P or X. And so I go through the pictures, and if they're crap, I'm Xing them, and I can do that fairly quickly. Now there's another trick, and that is if you put caps lock key on, and I decide that this picture is also an X because it looks kind of soft, it'll put the X on and move me to the next picture. So I don't always have to hit the arrow all the time. So as I go through, that one's an X, that one's an X, that one's an X. This one looks kind of sharp. I kind of like it. So I might take a look at that and see and say, it's not really very sharp, so it's an X. But let's say I get to something that's, I don't want to go through this whole set actually doing it. We get to something that does actually look pretty good, and I give it the white flags, right? So by the time you've gone through the whole thing, you know, and sometimes it takes a couple passes, right? Like, because you might find some that kind of look good, but then you find some that look better, and you go, I don't like those ones I called good anymore. I'll go back and do those. But you can go back and forth and mark them, either for rejects or picks. Now, the picks don't mean that you've got to keep those forever either. It just means you're culling out, um, you're separating the chaff from the wheat, right? You're getting down to the ones you actually want to spend any more time on at all.
Now,
Um,
when you do that and you put the black flag on and stuff, do you immediately delete those so that then you're looking only at, instead of looking at 50, you're looking at five? And
yeah,
then do
they're
you
they're
then,
marked they're marked for deletion. Let me just mark a whole bunch of these for deletion. So they're all marked for delete. And then the command is command delete. So the command button plus the delete key on Mac. And then you get this, remove from Lightroom or delete from disk. So it says delete the 27 rejected master photos from the disk or just remove them from Lightroom. So you usually want to delete them from disk. And then exactly what you said,
and
Paul,
then
then
rename?
you're left with just the ones that, you marked or didn't mark. Some
Yeah.
people don't bother using the white flag. Um, they just use the X, and get rid of all the bad ones. And then they've got the other ones that were good enough to take another look at, right? And try some editing on. Now, so questions there? If it's marked with the black flag, then command delete will not only delete the one, but it will delete any of the pictures that have the black flag. Whereas if you just find one picture to delete, if I just want to delete this one, I just press the delete key and I get the same mark. But the purpose of the black flag is you can go mark them all and then they're all gone at once. Okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's great.
then let's look at the assisted culling part. Let me back up to the first one in the group here. Go back to the grid view. And I'll make sure I get rid of all those black flags. Assisted culling, if I turn it on or open up the panel, um, it's for the most part based on focus. It may end up with some other things later, um, but you turn on subject focus and eyes open, eyes focused. This is basically uh, assuming you're a portrait photographer. You just took a portrait shoot and you have 200 shots. And so you certainly don't want to mess with any where their eyes are closed or their eye is not in focus. Um, so you can actually narrow it down there. And also, you see the red X's and the green check marks. So the
Yeah.
greens are passing the test for focus here, and the reds are not. Okay, but you can change how picky it is. If I move this focus bar up here, it's going to probably put red X's on them all. Yep. Because this particular group of pictures was not really super well done. And so you have to be careful. This is being really picky if you get it up from like 70 to 100. 50 to 60, um, wait, yeah, 50 to 60, gives you a pretty sharp picture, right? It's also kind of, this particular shoot had a lot of noise, so that's affecting its decision on how sharp it is because noise does make pictures a little softer and so on. So that's one thing you can do is the focus. And then when you have those, uh, you can apply a batch action. So what would you like to do with the filter results? Apply a flag, apply a rating, um, the rejected ones. What do you want to do? It would be like let's apply the black flag to all the X's. Um, and then did it do that? Do it for me there, did it? Hold on. Let me select those. Rejects. Confirm. Huh. Something's not working right here for me.
Oh, there is a flag. Oh, no.
No, it's
It
like
just
there's
figured
a
out.
flag spot, but it's not
Yeah.
applying. But you can do it. You can do it. I'm not sure why that's not working. Um, like I said, this was mostly designed for portrait photographers, so I haven't spent that much time with it. So I might be missing something here.
And
Um, but so I can look at the selects, I can look at the rejects, or I can look at all. If I go to the rejects, I can Command A and give them all the black flag manually.
right.
I'm not quite sure what's going on with the apply batch actions. I'll check that out for next time. I'll let you know.
So you had mentioned
But
before that you're not a big fan yet of assisted
yeah,
culling.
it's to me, it's a little what do I want to say? It's just a little cranky. Like for that exactly, it seems like that should just work when you
Right.
click that button, for example. But besides focus, you can have it look for exposure issues as well. Okay. Um, Basically, it'll be look for something that's, over or underexposed. And again, it's got, a slider. Now, most of these are probably going to be greens because they were exposed okay. Um, but you can look for those. And I'll tell you the truth, from what I've done with the flags, I mean, the uh, assisted culling is, unless I had 1,000 pictures that I had to go through, I'd rather do it my way, going
Okay.
through and marking them, because I ended up spending more time futzing around with a new feature that I just don't think it's got all the bugs worked out of it. And it was certainly finding pictures that I thought, and that one is kind of out of focus, but it was finding pictures that I thought were sharp enough, and I had to mess around with that.
Yeah, just to
So
be
it's up to you.
curious if you could use it as the first part to like eliminate the
Yeah,
20 or 30% that are just easily in one shot that are clearly not
right, right.
working without risking that you're gonna.
Yeah. So over the week, be sure to, do some importing and to do some culling. Even if you go back, to older pictures or something, and because remember, you can always, just select all the pictures, right? Command A is select all, and then just take the flags off of them, right? Don't delete them if you're just messing around with one of your folders or something. Um, so let me think. If there was something else I wanted to talk to you about as far as culling. Well, you can see the other choices that are built in here. faces, if there's overlays, like the person, people are in front of somebody else's face and stuff, or no faces found. So you see how it's really biased towards a portrait shoot, not a nature shoot or travel shoot or anything like that. Um, but the flags I think are really pretty good. It does take you looking at each picture, but you're going to end up looking at all those anyway, right? I mean, I would, if I was using, let me put it this way, if I was using that uh, assisted culling, I'd still want to look at every one of those they put the red X on because I'd be afraid I was throwing away something I actually wanted.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Um, okay, so then let's look at exporting. So let's find something worth exporting here. Let me go back to, let's go to all my pictures and filter them for a couple stars and find something. This looks nice. Okay, so let's say I wanted to export this for, there's, a couple different reasons. I want to, it's a raw file or it's a Photoshop file, one or the other. And uh, I want to email it to a friend. Okay. That's the first scenario. And then after we email it, we'll come back to it and say, well, let's prep it to send to a remote printer, if you will. Like I use a service called Bay Photo when I print pictures, usually for galleries or customers or stuff. So you pick the picture or pictures that you want to export. The export button is right by import. And it looks confusing at first, but I'm gonna make it a little easier here. First of all of this on the left, these are presets that are made for uh, exporting in different ways. These first ones are Lightroom presets that are built in. We'll look at those in a sec. And then these are ones that I created when I needed to export something of a with some certain settings. And so I decided to save them. For example, um, I have some pictures on Fine Art America, and they have to be exported a certain way. So I just saved all these settings, and I can just pick that, and then it'll do what I need it to do. Okay. So, but let me look. Let me show you what's in these panels. It looks more confusing than it is. Um, But so I've got this picture and I'm going to export it. The first thing it needs to know is where is it going to go? Because remember, Lightroom has to know what folder your picture is in, right? So you can say choose the folder later, which means when I hit the go button here, it'll just pop up like, where do you want to save this? Just like if you were doing a Microsoft document or something, just where are you going to save? But you can tell it a specific folder right now, right? Or it can go to the same folder as the original, right? Or here's some, possible normal ones like the desktop. So if I was sending this I wanted it just to be something for email, I'd probably just put it on the desktop because then I can find it easy and slap it in the email. So let's do that. It can be in a subfolder there, so I could, create a new subfolder right now called email pics, right? Do I want it to be part of my catalog though? Probably not. Not if I'm just emailing it to my niece or to my friend or something. I mean, why would I want another copy of it that's smaller and um, unless it was something I knew I was going to email over and over again, maybe. But in this case, just for sending it out to someone, I'm not going to add it to the catalog. Um, there's always this because if you're exporting, you're creating another file, you might run into a file with the same name, right? Because like let's say I needed to email a big one to so and so and a little one to somebody else, and so they could end up overwriting them. So a good choice here is ask me what to do. So if it ends up, I've got two of these things coming into the desktop and one's going to erase the other one, I want it to ask me, like, do I want both of them or is it okay to overwrite the one with the same name? Because you can't have two files with the same name in the same folder. And you can change its name on the fly here as you export it if you want. Sometimes I do this. Well, I'll do it the next time when I make a print master. I'll show you that. If it's a video, there's some video quality choices. Here's the important part, the file settings and the image sizing. File settings, you probably want JPEGs, but it's got all the normal, all the, not possible, I guess, but most common image formats. JPEG, PSD, that's Photoshop file, TIFFs, DNGs is a digital negative, PNGs are used on the internet a lot. But most of the time for this sort of thing, it would be a JPEG. Sometimes you have to limit the size of how big this picture could be because it might be a huge raw file, and if where you're sending it has a size limit, you might want to put this in. We're going to make this email JPEG small enough we don't have to worry about that. But that particular number right there, that comes from this Fine Art America because they won't take a picture that's bigger than that. But for this example, I can turn that off. Quality, you usually want high quality. Otherwise, why are you sending it? But if you're really trying to squeeze how little it was, because you were kind of sending them a big picture maybe, but it still has to go in email, you might bring the quality down. Pretty much, you won't notice any quality difference above 80, 85 or 90. You don't need to worry about that usually. Content credentials, this is a way for certain agencies to make sure all the information is attached to a picture. That's for pro shooters. But then there's image sizing. So this is the important one because you've got shooting with these Nikons and Canons, you probably have 30, 40 megapixel images possibly, or bigger these days. So to size it for email, you probably want it to be less than 1,000 pixels. 1,000 pixels will make on a person's screen. You don't see where my mouse is going. You don't make a picture that big. So it's plenty big enough. I don't like to do the width and height. I just do the long edge. And then it does the math for the other side. So because they're not all square, obviously, so you'd have to know what the other edge was. So just pick the long edge, and then, if you want to make something really tiny, do 200. If you wanted to make it about half the size of somebody's screen, then usually 1,000, something like that. You don't have to worry about anything else there. Output sharpening when you make a new copy is probably not a bad idea, most digital images could use sharpening. And
Steve, can you go back to the resolution?
yeah,
So I was sending some to the Photoshop. They were saying to send it at 300.
right. So Adobe uses 240, and I was mentioning 300. Let's don't worry about that till we're making one for the print master.
Okay.
You can just, yeah, that won't make any difference for somebody who's looking at it in an email or, on their phone or anything like that. But sharpening for screen is a good idea, or if it's going to print, then sharpen it for the kind of paper it's going to go to. I don't see any difference when I do this, but I read, one of the biggest gurus that covers Adobe products, and he was saying that these actually are good to do them at the standard level, and that you ought to do them. So I took his word for it. I don't see a difference. Metadata is like, do you want all your metadata in there? That's your copyright stuff, your keywords, all that kind of stuff is in there. You can include it or exclude it with some choices there. Watermarking. This is the only place you can put any like text onto a picture in Lightroom. Otherwise, you have to take it to Photoshop. I think they'll probably change this at some point where you could put a simple text box or something on. But these are some presets that I have. I'm just going to go down and edit. And what it does is it gives you a text box down here. And I'm just going to write moonscape here. And I need to get this zoom thing out of the way. And it should be I know why it's not showing up because I have it in, here's the options for the text I just typed. And it's a dark picture, so I'm going to change the color to white. So you see it show up here in the corner, moonscape. So you're in charge of what it says and what the font is, and light, bold, or regular. The color gives you a color wheel too if you need it to do something other than white or black. um, how opaque it is, you can kind of dim it or make it bright. Proportional is like how big is it across the screen? If you want to make like something to keep somebody from stealing your picture, you can make it huge or you can make it tiny, like a signature. And then you can kind of anchor it to different corners or the middle or whatever. And let me make sure I can see this thing again. Did I left the opacity down or something here? Here it is. So we can see it. Horizontal moves it. It's anchored to the left corner, but I can still move it around a little bit vertically and horizontally. So you get all that done the way you want it to look, and then you save, and it forces you to create a preset. So I'm just going to say example watermark here. You create it, and then it's a choice for you to put on the picture that you're exporting. And you can see I've made quite a few with my signature. Besides doing, let me do another edit here. Instead of doing the typing, you can use a ping or a JPEG. Like I have one that's my signature. And so for if I'm sending a print to somebody directly from my service, I can actually sign it with that signature. I can probably show you that. Uh, where's the presets here? Takes a little more work. You have to create the signature. Where did it go? Uh, well, I lost it, I guess. That's not right. It's in here somewhere. Well, anyway, trust me, you can do it. But we're going to use this one that's the example and export it and give it a chance to think. And I think I told it to go to the desktop, right?
I think so.
Let's hide this and hide this, hide this, and well, where'd it go? Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't tell it to go to the desktop. Hold on a second. I'm getting a little loopy after 3.5 hours. Let me try it again. Export. Now, when you come back, it'll have all the same things you chose before. Oh, I put it into a subfolder called email pics. That's why I didn't see it. There's a folder. Here it is. Email pics. So then there's my 1,000 pixel JPEG ready to drop into an email. Now, if you're prepping it for a print, let's do that. Let me show you what I probably have a good example for that one. I could pull up. I guess I don't. I don't know what happened to my examples here, but we'll just do it again. So in this case, we're not going to put it into email pics, but we could still put it on the desktop, and we would use either TIFF or JPEG, depends on what your service prefers for a print master. The image sizing you would probably not change because you really want to send a printer all the information that you've got in the file. And you would I like to print on matte paper, so that would be my choice on that. And then I probably would use one of my signature ones, and I can't believe I lost that. Oh, here it is. I don't know why I didn't see that. I'm going to put signature left gray and export. And this one might take a few seconds longer because it's doing the full page. Didn't really do though. Let me see if we can find it. And there it is. Right there. So there's a, oops. Let me, trying to, gosh. Just trying to move this over. So you can see that signature in the corner. So that's a full-size copy that could be printed pretty big. So that's exporting. And which ones you use there just depends on what you do with them. There is one called for
So
email.
you had mentioned that you always print to matte versus glossy or whatever the other.
Usually.
And what's the theories behind it, one way or the other?
well, if you're putting it in a frame and it's got glass or acrylic on top of the picture, if you use glossy, you got two sets of reflections that could happen in there. So it's
Okay.
like glossy on two levels. So matte paper, it comes out, it doesn't come out without any shine, but it's less. So it kind of reduces that look.
Yeah.
That's my thing with matte paper. What I was going to say is under the Lightroom presets when you're doing exporting, there is one called email that works. You have to have, I think you have to have told it, or you have to use Apple Mail on a Mac. You have to use that Apple Mail program, and I think you may have had to tell it that in the preferences or something. Let's give it a try here. Let's use that one and export, see what it does. Oh yeah, it um, pulls up a email. And it's got the picture attached. And I think, oh yeah, so I can write an email here. I thought it let me change the size. You know how Apple Mail lets you send small ones or big ones? Oh, I just sent it, just used it. Yeah, if you use Apple Mail, I think it knows that when it gets installed and it can send it, so you can email it directly, and it will size it uh, somewhere. Um, and I don't see it. I sent it to myself, but I don't know where it went. Maybe that's why I don't use that one. I usually just email it to the desk, or I export it to the desktop and then drag it to an email that I'm creating. That would be my advice. I thought I was going to show you something fancy there, but didn't quite work because it didn't come. I addressed it to myself and it's not there. Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, we're at the end of the whole really the library module, and this may be one of the first times I actually got it all in.
Yeah, I wonder how much. I'm trying to figure out how much stuck.
Yeah, right. Well, I'll send you the link to the video as soon as I get it up. It'll be sometime tomorrow, and and then what I'd say is, if you got some time during the week, poke around with it because,
Right.
it is just, I mean, this is why it's an 8-hour class. There's just so many details, and don't feel bad if you get stuck. I mean, this kind of stuff, it just, you know how it is. You just you have to have the experience with it. You have to have gone through it, 5 or 10 times before it's automatic. So,
Well,
so
this
I
has
hope
been
I didn't
perfect as a
scare you
refresher.
away. We'll see who shows up next week.
Yeah.
No, that was really helpful because this was the part I've been most intimidated by.
Yeah, yeah. And of course the develop part, the develop module, that's the fun part, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And there's plenty of details there too, more and more as they go along. But yes, definitely the more fun part. Yeah, so next time have some images that you could edit, even if it's just making a copy, export out a copy just to play with or something. Or actually, I was going to show you. We'll do this next time too, but I mentioned it and didn't finish how to do it. Hold on one second. Let me get this filter off. Let me just grab some picture here. I forgot what I was going to show. Oh, I know. So let's say I wanted to edit this picture, but I want to leave this, original one alone and just play with it. Under your right click, there's this choice, create a virtual copy. So when I do that, right next to the original, right in the folder or the collection, whatever you're working out of, there's this one with a little, do you see this little turned up corner? That indicates that it's a virtual copy. So this one I could leave, pristine, and this one I could go into develop and do whatever I wanted to it. So you end up, with sort of you know, a scratch copy, if you will.
Mhm.
And especially with pictures that I think are good, it's a good thing to have because you may edit this one, where you think, this looks pretty good, and then, why isn't that changing? There we go. You might edit this one where it looks, pretty good, and then you come back the next day, and it's like, no, it doesn't look right. And it's sometimes really handy to have the two, um, and be able to, oops, go back here.
I thought that Lightroom automatically kept the original.
Oh, well, yes and no. Hold on a second. Um, you can compare the two. It keeps the original, Paul, in the sense that it's totally non-destructive. In other words, if and this, I usually get into this in the next week, but if I do a bunch of stuff to this picture, I can always reset to the way it came out of the camera.
Okay, so it doesn't really save the original. It saves the
It
changes. You can reverse them.
Yeah, it does save the original. The original is never touched, and
Okay.
all the edits are kept in the database as a set of instructions to the program to show you them. Does that make sense? And then
Yeah.
when you export, like you export the JPEG out, then it applies those to that JPEG, right? And you can't go backwards. But as long as you're working in the program, you can always revert and you can save those virtual copies. That that might be the one you were really keeping right there. And then this one is the one that's reset to the original. And yeah, and you can take neither one of them is it has any destructive edits happen to it. You can always undo them. We'll get into all this. There's a whole history that you can go back and forth in and play and stuff. So lots of fun next time.
I think both.
Lots of details this time. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's right. I'm pretty certain that a couple of those fuzzy guys are going to create some destruction on that duck.
Oh, this one. Oh, yeah. I think that duck is long gone. I think, I don't know what year this was from. 2019. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think that duck is alive.
Hey, this was great. Thank you so much.
Okay,
And
great.
see you
You
next
guys have a
week.
nice evening and I'll see you next week.
All
All
right,
right.
thank you.
Take care.
Look for my email with the link in it.
Okay.
All righty.
All right. Appreciate it.
Talk to you later. Bye bye.
All right, bye.